morning, respected, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to quickly appeal to all our invited guests and of course members of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Bayelsa State, who are here to attend this program that are not in the hall, to please come into the hall and take your seats. If you are here for this program and you are still outside, please come in and take your seats. His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, will be joining us very, very shortly. So if you are here for this program, please come into the hall and take your seats. May I also use this opportunity to recognize the presence of some of our invited guests. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to firstly recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Orientation and Strategy, Bayelsa State, Honorable Mrs. Ibiawo Koku Obiai. Shall we please give her a round of applause? Also here, already seated, is the Deputy Chief of Staff, Government House, YENAGOA, Honorable Irurodamie Komonibo. Shall we please put our hands together for him? Also here, of course, is a man of many parts, a man of service, ex this, ex that, one time this, one time that. He once represented, of course, the good and wonderful people of Kulukuma Constituency 1 in the Bayelsa State Legislature. He's also a one-time Speaker of the State Assembly and currently the Executive Manager of the Bayelsa State Housing and Property Development Authority. The Right Honorable Tonye Emmanuel Isena. Shall we please put our hands together for him? Of course, also just joining us is our one-time caucus chairman, Brass, local government area, a one-time deputy speaker of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, a one-time commissioner, special advisor, technical advisor, and of course, a man who has always given to service. I'd like to appreciate Honorable Chief Victor Sam Ateki. Shall we please put our hands together for him? Also here are very amiable friends of the press, partners in progress, so to say. Firstly, I'd like to recognize the Assistant Inspector General of Police, Zone 16, YENAGOA. He's here ably represented by Assistant Commissioner of Police, Ojiako Festus. Please a round of applause for him. Also here representing the commander of the Nigerian Navy ship, NNS Soro, is Navy Lieutenant S.S. Mohammed. Shall we please put our hands together for him? We also have some of our own who have come to participate. Not just participate, play active roles in this epoch-making event. This event is historic in every sense of the word. As a union, we've never had an event of this magnitude in our existence. And this, of course, is a creation of good leadership. But before I recognize our chairman, the one who has ensured that this program is put together, the one who initiated it, and of course, tactfully also picked persons he felt could translate his dream to what we are seeing here today. Firstly, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Zonal Vice President Zone F of the NUJ, Comrade Opakamaba Dokubo. Let's please put hands together for him. Imbre Dobra, I see him. You're welcome. Of course, even though he's in charge of Zone 16, Zone F, I beg your pardon, he's a brother from River State. Once again, you're welcome. Let me also recognize the presence of the Zonal Secretary, Zone F. Okay. Just before I take the next recognition, we have the biggest fish in the NUJ family also in the house. I'd like us to please appreciate the presence of Comrade Al-Hassan Yahya, National President of the Nigeria Union of Journalists. You're welcome, sir. And please, shortly, our special guest of honor, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, will be joining us. When he comes in, do not rise, just remain seated. Don't rise to welcome the Deputy Governor. Just remain seated, please. Well, as you can see, most of our invited guests have stepped out to receive the Deputy Governor, who of course is almost. For those of us who have come to be part of this event, once again, I want to appeal. I can see a number of us still standing at the back. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Let me also recognize the state coordinator of the National Youth Service Corps, Bayelsa State, Mrs. Okbalifo Obiageli Charity. Shall we please put hands together for her? You're welcome. Also here with us is the chairperson of NAWAJ. That is the women of the NUJ, Bayelsa State. Comrade Grace Orumiefa. Shall we please put hands together for her? Also here, our general managers of various media organizations here in Bayelsa State. Let's please put hands together for all of them.
please remain seated as I announce the presence of His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Lawrence Sirujakpo, PhD, Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State. You're welcome, Your Excellency. The cameramen, take your shots and then move to the side, please. Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we please rise for the national anthem? The Bayelsa State Anthem.
Thou whose almighty word
It's on page 3.
Chaos and darkness heard and took their flight. Moving thy creeks, we pray, bearing thy lamp of love, and in Bayelsa State let there be peace. Move in thy creeks, we pray, bearing thy lamp of grace, and in Bayelsa State let there be light.
The national prayer. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation when no man is oppressed. And so in peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Thank you very much. You may please be seated.
His Excellency, distinguished Senator Doye Diri, the performing miracle Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, who is here today represented by His Excellency, distinguished Senator Lawrence Sirujakpo, PhD, the ever resourceful, workaholic, dynamic, and supportive Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State. Shall we please put hands together for him? I'd like to recognize the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Orientation, and Strategy, Honorable Mrs. Ibiowo Koku Obiai. The Deputy Chief of Staff, Government House, YENAGOA, Honorable Ilurudami Komonibo. Let me also recognize the Deputy Chief of Staff, Deputy Governor's Office, Comrade Gawan Torioye. I'd like to recognize the General Manager of the Bayelsa State Housing and Property Development Authority, Right Honorable Tonye Maneli Sena. Special and technical advisors who are here. At this point, I'd like to recognize the number one journalist in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the National President of the Nigeria Union of Journalists, Comrade Al-Hassan Yaya, who is also here with us. I'd also like to recognize the Deputy National President, Dr. Abimbola Oyetunde, who is also here with us. At this point, let me also recognize the Zonal Vice President, Zone F, Comrade Opakamaba Dokobo, who is also here with us. The Zonal Secretary Zone F, Comrade John Angasa, who is also here. At this point, I'd like to specially recognize other national and zonal officers of the NUJ who are also here. Let me recognize the initiator of this program, the man who came on board with the paradigm shift mantra, and of course is acting it. I'm talking about the state chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Tonye Yemoleya. Let me recognize at this point the representative of the Assistant Inspector General of Police, Zone 16, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Ojiako Festus is also here. I also like to recognize the representative of the Commander, Nigerian Navy Ship NNS Soro, Navy Lieutenant SS Mohammed, who is also here. Other top government functionaries, Your Royal Highness, the chairman and members of the organizing committee of the first ever Bayelsa State NUJ Media Summit, general managers and heads of media outfits, gentlemen of the press, distinguished guests. Let me especially recognize the state coordinator of the NYSC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. History is being made here today. What we are seeing here today is a product of good leadership. The chairman of the NUJ, like I said before, came into office with a change mantra. And one of the programs he initiated is to have a media summit. One that will bring about a reorientation of the minds of journalists vis-a-vis the blue economy and how it can impact positively on the government and people of Bayelsa State. As we make progress on this program, I'm sure we'll get to appreciate a lot more of the topics that have been put together for discussion. We are here, like I said before, for the very first media summit of the Nigeria Union of Journalists. And for me and for the members of the union that are here, I think we need to appreciate the current leadership of the NUJ for this wonderful initiative. It has a theme: media, culture, and identity in Bayelsa State, promoting indigenous perspective. We are starting today, and of course, it will end tomorrow with our dinner night right here. To start the ball rolling, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point now to invite to come up stage and formally make his remarks to set the tone for this event, no other person than the state chairman of the NUJ. Let's please put hands together for Comrade Tonye Yemoleya. Don't mind his size, he's full of ideas.
Your Excellency, sir, Senator, distinguished Senator Doye Diri, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, they are represented very ably by the workaholic Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, the distinguished Senator Lawrence Erujagbo, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Information, Orientation and Strategy, the entourage of the Deputy Governor, top government functionaries. Let me also recognize my national leader, the national president of the NUJ, Comrade Halassan Yaya. And let me also recognize the Deputy National President, Comrade Oyetunde, of course the zonal leadership led by our own Dr. Paka. Without wanting to go too much, permit me to say good morning, everyone. I have a mixed feeling of joy and that of surprise. Is this really happening? Is the question on my mind. Your Excellency, sir, just a few days ago I was on the social media and somebody was interviewing, a journalist was interviewing a very old woman. The old woman was trying to struggle to express herself in English language. The woman is not educated. She cannot speak the English language properly. And I asked myself, as a trained journalist, should I allow this woman to go through this? What stops me from allowing this woman to express herself in the language that she can best understand? People started laughing at the woman, a respected media house. Are we promoting who we are, or we are trying to ridicule who we are? Is the question of a trained journalist. Should we be promoting our indigenous perspectives, or we should be trying to find a fit in what we are not part of, that we borrowed? The journalist could have translated what the woman said in her language. And if the woman had spoken either Ijo, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, whoever is exposed to that interview would have known that somebody was speaking Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or Ijo, promoting indigenous perspectives. Sometimes we read the national dailies and we ask ourselves, what are those things happening in Bayelsa State? Are we being underreported? What can we do to ensure that we are properly reported? Is it that things are not happening in Bayelsa State? Then there are critical questions we all as stakeholders will need to sit down and look at. That is what informed this media summit, Your Excellency, sir. For us as NUJ, what we are doing in Bayelsa State, immediately we came on board, is to try to see how we can put our house in order. And we immediately constituted membership audits committee to understand that for every little thing we do, we must hold to account our members. Because we also want to fight against fake news. We also have inaugurated the online publishers chapel. So anything you see on the online space that seems to be fake, we should be able to hold somebody responsible if the person is our member. Moving forward, Your Excellency, distinguished gentlemen, to inform you that it is our desire to make this media summit an annual event. And because of the huge support we enjoy from critical stakeholders, including the state government, we know it is doable. Is it not doable? I don't want to belabor us because this is a joyous moment. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have you all come here today, the National President and his entourage. We are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a paradigm shift in how we do business as journalists. And I agree with the chairman. It's good to meet people at the area and at the point where they are comfortable. What could have been done was translation in English or transcription on the screen to make it easier for the respondent. Please put your hands together for the chairman, Tony Molea, again. Thank you. And while he was speaking, just before he came up, we had His Royal Highness Moses Theophilus, who I believe is one of the highnesses from where the chairman hails from in Brass local government area. And also we have joining us His Royal Majesty King Seifa Koroye. You're welcome, Your Majesty, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have corpers here in our midst. You're all welcome. Thank you for being here. We'll move to the next item on the program. I would like to, at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, invite to speak a man who is committed to professional development and transparency, and he is currently fostering a culture of excellence and lifelong learning, which is why he is here physically to support this first ever media summit organized by the Bayelsa State Union of Journalists. That's the Nigerian Union of Journalists Bayelsa State Council. With a warm round of applause, let's welcome to the microphone the #1 journalist in Nigeria, the national president, Comrade Al Hassan. Yeah. Let the applause be better.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doederi, ably represented by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Senator Lawrence, the Honorable Commissioner of Information, our own, our sister, our comrade, Madam Mrs. Coco, the Deputy Chief of Staff to His Excellency, the Deputy President of our great union, Dr. Abimbola, the Zonal Vice President of our great union, Zone F, the Zonal Secretary, the Zonal Vice President of NAWATCH, the Chairman of NUJ, Bayelsa State Council, Chairman of NUJ, Akwa Ibom State Council, Chairman of NUJ, Delta State Council, Chairman of NUJ, Rivers State Council, our traditional title holders here present, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Majesty, distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from Nigerian journalists across the country. But first of all, let me begin by thanking God most sincerely for a day like this. Let me put it in record. I'm happiest person to be in this state. Yesterday, up to 10 p.m., we were moving around to to see the gigantic project executed by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State. We were at the new constructed Commissioner's Quarters. We were also at the new constructed Legislative Quarters, as well as the Ring Road. I'm also aware of the kind of projects and programs that are ongoing across the local governments, especially in the area of education and health sector. Let me use this opportunity to thank the people of this state for your support to His Excellency the Executive Governor. On arrival yesterday, I saw a unity of purpose among journalists in Bayelsa State. I saw first leaders of our great union working together to make sure this summit is a successful summit. I will not end my presentation without appreciating our elders of the union, most especially the former deputy president of our great union who is from this state, Mr. Fred, as well as our senior colleagues who have paid their dues in this profession. Coming back to the essence of this engagement, today we gather to reflect a powerful trio media culture and identity, and how we can harness them to elevate the indigenous perspectives of Bayelsa State. We live in a world where narrative shape reality. The media, whether digital, print, or traditional, is a powerful tool that can either be erased or amplify voice. For too long, the voice of our indigenous people. The fishermen from the creek, as well as everyone from nook and crannies of this state, if given opportunity, will make his own contribution heard. Our culture is our identity. It is embedded in our language, and our festivals, and our songs, and our divine traditions, and our culture hold wisdom that produced political border. Yet, without proper representation, the media is our story risk in extinction. So as who to ask, who to tell our stories. We must reclaim the narrative. The time has come for Bayelsans and our filmmakers, journalists, content creators, and scholars to spotlight our heritage and speak our truth. This means producing documentaries in any language, broadcasting news in local languages that highlighting the community triumph, and using social media not just for trend, but to teach, preserve, and to empower. Media must become our mirror, not a mask. It must reflect our realities, not distort them, and it must serve as a bridge between our elders and our youth. Furthermore, I challenge our institutions, our schools, our churches, and places, our cultural centers to integrate indigenous languages into our programs. Let us teach our children not just about Shakespeare, but let's see how we'll work towards using folklore heroes. Let us remind them that the identity is not something given by others, but something we affirm ourselves. Let us not forget to preservation of our indigenous identity is not only about fright, it is about survival. It is about ensuring that the face of globalization, environmental trade, and economic challenges, the soul of Bayelsa remains strong and rooted. In conclusion, I call upon each of us, storytellers, educators, journalists, to elevate indigenous perspectives, to invest in our culture, to embrace our identity. The future of Bayelsa depends on all of us here. Let our media tell our stories. Let our culture guide our path, and let our identity be our power. Thank you. May the spirit of our ancestors continue to guide us. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's please once again put hands together for the national president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Al Hassan Yahya. Well, as you can see, it's already by the side, warming up to perform. Bayelsa is rich in culture, and that explains why we have consistently performed well at the national stage. I don't need to tell us that Bayelsa has come tops in the last 5 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture. And of course, we have a group, they call themselves the Ijo Anointed Cultural Troupe. They will be performing for 3 minutes. Let's please encourage them. Let's put hands together for them as they come on stage to perform for 3 minutes. Your time starts now, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. I'm sure if many of us started at their age, our waist will not be stiff right now. I've attempted to dance several times and people asked me to delete the video. Please, let's appreciate them again. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from that awesome performance from the children, we'll be moving to the next item on our list. But before we do, I would like to inform us that this program is live on Golden FM, Glory FM, that's Radio Bayelsa, and on YouTube. That's the Ijo, and the children that just performed are called the Ijo Anointing Cultural Troupe. Indeed, they have the anointing. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shortly I will have the name, that's the name of the YouTube channel, and then I'll come back to tell you. Both for the radio stations, we have Golden FM and Glory FM. I would like to now, without further ado, invite a woman who ordinarily is not a journalist, but then has been co-opted as a journalist. When she was given the task of manning a ministry that deals with journalism and broadcasting, so many people were concerned, knowing that she has been a health practitioner all her life and then a legislator later. But we can agree that what she did not have for professionalism, she had for enthusiasm and willingness to learn. And that has informed the change we can see in the ministry. And for the first time, even though she's not a practitioner, she's always on air, disseminating information and showing us what government is doing, bringing her colleagues on air to also propagate the policies and programs of the assured agenda of His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll borrow a word from His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, whenever the journalists are in EXCO chambers and he'll say, attempted EXCO members. May I at this point invite a woman who is not just an associate journalist, but attempted journalist, the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Honorable Mrs. Ebiowo Koku Obiai.
Thank you so much, Taribio. Your Excellency, our dear Governor, distinguished Senator, represented by our amiable Deputy Governor, Senator Lawrence Erujakbo, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Government House, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Governor, Deputy Chief of Staff to the Deputy Governor, my dear brother, Right Honorable Tonye Emmanuel Isena, top government functionaries that are here present, the National President, Comrade Hausan Yaya of NUJ, the Deputy National President, Comrade Oyetunde Abimbola, the Zonal Vice President, Comrade Okpaka Dokubo, the Zonal Secretary Gassi, State Council Chairman of NUJ, Comrade Tonye Yemoleya, the Zonal Nawo Chairperson, Comrade Ngozi Macaulay. Distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. It gives me a sense of honor to be part of this inaugural media summit, themed Media, Culture, and Identity in Bayelsa State promoting indigenous perspective. I commend the Bayelsa Council of Nigeria to account issues of pivotal importance in the choice of topics of discussion. There is no doubt that the media plays a vital role in shaping our perceptions and understanding of the world. In Bayelsa State, our rich cultural heritage and unique identity are essential aspects of our collective pride. It is crucial that we promote indigenous perspectives to ensure accurate representation and preservation of our cultural values, belief system, aspiration, and challenges through informed, investigative, unbiased reportage by the media. Beyond this, the media must also redirect its focus on issues of development and dedicate attention to efforts of government at expanding the frontier of development and making life easy for Bayelsa public. While I commend the press for their cordial relationship we have enjoyed over the years and for its factual reportage of happenings in our state, it is my plea that we report Bayelsa more by beaming the light of the transformative work going on in the state. And I want to thank the National President for going around and also acknowledging the fact that the government is actually performing. Indeed, we are performing. I believe we all believe like that. Do we? Journalists, are we performing? Thank you very much. The present administration, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyediri, has continued to invest in the future of our state with the construction of several big-ticket signature projects. Many completed and several ongoing. Roads are being constructed, linking communities and promoting commerce. Hospitals are being built, and creative policies are being implemented to provide medical supply to the remotest part of our dear states. Mr. President, in our state, we use drone to supply drugs, especially to the hard-to-reach areas. Schools are being refocused through technical schools to empower the young Bayelsans with life skills that will make them self-employed rather than job seekers. Several young individuals upon government-sponsored programs are being supported with startup pack to find vocation in modern farming. However, much of these have escaped the eagle eyes of the media. My call today is to encourage our friends in the media to devote more attention to developmental issues that will propel public participation and strengthen representative governance. In addition, the media has a responsibility to showcase the diversity and richness of Bayelsa's culture. While there are challenges in promoting indigenous perspective, there are also opportunities for growth and development. The media in Bayelsa must harness the power of the pen, tell our compelling stories, preserve our cultural heritage, and promote our unique identity. I urge all stakeholders, including media practitioners, cultural enthusiasts, and community leaders, to work together in promoting Bayelsa indigenous perspective. Let us celebrate our diversity and showcase our rich cultural heritage to the world. I congratulate the Bayelsa State Council of NUJ on the celebration. I have no doubt that the outcome of this summit will contribute significantly to promoting Bayelsa's media, culture, and identity. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for having me.
Of course, you've just listened to the Honorable Commissioner for Information Orientation and Strategy, Bayelsa State, a woman who knows how best to approach situations. She is good at adapting whichever position you place her, she will adapt. And she does that so fast and with dexterity. As Commissioner for Information, I can tell you that she's already carving a niche for herself. Let's please once again put hands together for her. Honorable Mrs. Ebiawo Koku Obiai. Of course, like I said before, we have a leadership in the NUJ that came on board with the mantra of paradigm shift. And today, we are celebrating it. And I can assure you that this is just the beginning. Many more things are going to happen. And that, of course, will turn the face of journalism in Bayelsa State around. Next, His Excellency will be performing two functions. He will firstly step forward to unveil the new newsletter. He will unveil it and launch it, and of course, make his remarks and leave to attend to other important state functions, while other guests will also launch the newsletter later. It is on that note, I'd like to invite His Excellency, a man of wisdom, a man of a man who is gifted with the gift of the gab. Let's please welcome distinguished Senator Lawrence Erujakwa, the ever-resourceful, workaholic, dynamic, and ever-supportive. Please, supported by the Honorable Commissioner for Information, the National President and the Zonal President of the NUJ. And of course, because His Royal Majesty is a writer, I'd like His Royal Majesty, the Emperor of Tarakri, to also join them, please. This, of course, another plus. The NUJ newsletter is another initiative. One of the latest. And like I said before, these are just the beginning. Many more will come. Let's please put hands together for His Excellency as he comes up stage to formally make his remarks. Please put your hands together for His Excellency, the Deputy Governor.
Thank you very much, ABRV. Let me recognize the Deputy Chief of Staff, Government House, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Deputy Governor's Office, the Honorable Commissioner for Information Orientation and Strategy, the General Manager, Bayelsa Housing and Property Development Authority. Let me recognize other top government functionaries that are here in our midst. Let me recognize His Royal Majesty King Dr. Seifa Koreye, the Emperor of Trakri, my own clan, and the largest clan in the land, and the well, you know that when a blind man tells you, I want to stone you, he already has the stone in his hand. So I will explain that when I make my speech, how Tarakri is the largest clan in the land. Let me recognize the service commanders that are here with us. Let me now come to the red meat of today's dinner. The National President of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Al-Hassan Yahya, the zonal presidents and vice presidents, the Council, Vice President of Nauj, Council representatives from Rivers, Delta, and Akwa Ibom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's only in journalism that we have seen a situation whereby a herbalist treats himself and a doctor treats himself. No barber barb his own hair. People barb the hair of the barber. But when it comes to journalism, I thought today ABAV and Taribio should stop being MC, but yet they are still MC and yet they are journalists. So I don't know how this works. Because a teacher cannot teach himself, he has to be taught by other persons. So now that we have a teacher who is teaching himself, I don't know who will mark. And that's why for those of us who are lawyers, you cannot be but this is a situation whereby the accuser is the judge and is the one that is going to write the judgment. So we leave it like that there is uniqueness in everything because there's peculiarity, and that is why the parrot speaks Urobo. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of our state, Senator Doye Diri, MOP, Man of Peace, I first of all want to lay some background. All of you who have come here have said I'm representing the governor ably. I wish to correct that because I know what it entails to represent ably. It means that I have liability for both assets and liability. Unfortunately, I'm not a person who takes liability. I only enjoy the assets. So I'm not representing him ably so that I don't take the liability aspect of the representation. So please, I'm just representing him so that the asset is what I will take, the liabilities I will leave for him to come and take care of. So I need to correct that impression so that nobody hopes because sometimes our hopes are so high and sometimes they are dashed. Just like the disciples were hoping that Christ would be with them forever. So when Christ was crucified, they started running and then becoming timid until the Holy Spirit descended. So we are expecting the Holy Spirit to come very soon at Pentecost. They will maybe be much stronger. Well, I initially said that Tarakri is the largest clan in Ijoland, but people were trying to do otherwise. I don't know of any clan that is in about 4 states in this country. Tarakri is in Delta. Tarakri is in Kogi. Tarakri is in Bayelsa. Tarakri is in Niger. Any other clan? Bahrain, Ekwetiam, are you in more than YENAGOA in Bayelsa? Kolokuma, are you more than in Bayelsa? Mayo Yakri, are you more than in Bayelsa? So that is it. So when I speak with facts and figures. You may not know. The communities of Oro, Odorubu, and Udohori, and Adobo are all in Delta State. They are Tarakri communities. If I'm telling a lie, the Royal Majesty is here to tell me that I'm wrong. That is Delta State. Now you now have Ofoni, because it's where you stay near. You use the bitter leaf to cook your soup. So let me start from my community, and which is the boundary between Sabama and the Keremo local government. So you have Ofoni, Angalabri, Tororua, Eberebri, Bulurua, Agberi, all are Tarakri communities in Sabama local government in the Bayelsa state. Then you have Ayamasa, Sampo, Agbediama, Tunama, and Egbemangalabri in the Keremo local government in Bayelsa state. You have Abura and in YENAGOA local government. You have Egebri, you have Ayama, Ijo, you have Obolili, and then Ozebri, all in Tarakri clans in southern Niger. You now have Okodi, Makalakala, all in, Okeke, in Obia local government in Bayelsa state. So when I speak, I know what I'm saying. So please be very rest assured. Well, that is not what brought us here. What brought us here we'll address. First of all, I want to, on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, congratulate the State Chairman of the NUJ and all journalists of Bayelsa for this very profound and very solemn assembly that we are here together and witness. When people know where they are going to, they are not looking to where others are going. But if you don't know where you are going to, others will take you to where they are going, and where you are going to will not be your destination. The current chairman of NUJ and his executive know where they are going to, and so clearly they will not be taken to where others are going. Please sit down. The difference between society that is progressive and society that is not progressive is lack of foresight, not lack of eyesight. Eyesight makes you to see human beings, but foresight makes you to have vision. And it's only those who are visionary that set innovations. And it's only those who are innovative that create new things. And that is why all those who are innovative create new things. We were typing with Olympia typewriter. Innovation gave us IBM. Innovations gave us computer. Today, innovations are giving us AI and robots. That is innovation. And it's an issue of foresight, not an issue of eyesight. Because even the blind can say what is correct using the braille. So eyesight is not the problem of society. It's foresight that is the problem of society. So the current leadership of the journalism in Bayelsa State are quite foresighted. And so they are seeing what others are not seeing and looking forward to achieving them. I also want to again commend them for the level of collaboration and not confrontation, complementation and not competition, and then accountability and not counterproductivity between them and government over the years. I am one person who believes that it is not when you are antagonistic that you are more relevant. It's when you are genuine and straightforward that you are more relevant. And so, sometimes we may represent rascalism as being activism. There is a difference between activism and rascalism. So there are some rascal journalists and there are also some active journalists. And we must know that journalists have played a major role in our development and our historical development in this country. The struggle for independence and displace of the colonial masters started in 1923 when the pilot newspaper was established by Macaulay and his cohorts. And if you watch very well, all those who were in the forefront for struggle for the freedom and independence of Nigeria, they were almost all journalists. About Macaulay, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Bafemi Awolowo, and Tony Nahoro, and the rest of them. So journalists have always been and continue to be the fourth estate of the realm, and as equally defined in the Constitution. And so we must, as journalists, know our role. Our role is not to sit down and look. Unfortunately, the journalism profession in Nigeria is beginning to be suffocated and deprived of oxygen to live within the realm of this area. Maybe because even ourselves journalists, we have lost appetite for true journalism, and we are now going for what we call carry and go and cash and carry journalism. Because the news today is not as investigative as it used to be under Rekbu and Delegiwa, where we now act of more of them say from the table of the journalists. And so the correspondence pen are drying, as well as the voice of the reporters are drowning. As you know very well, if only one man is dancing on the streets, no matter how beautiful the dance and the song is singing, he is a madman. But when many people are dancing on the streets and singing, it's called a rally or a crusade. And so, when we have very few journalists who are still doing investigative journalism and then call real reportage, then we are heading towards that scenario. And I believe it is time we up our game. Because any place you left unoccupied will be occupied by something else. The junk that we now read from our social media journalism, it needs to be corrected. Because in the absence of the best, the available occupy. And the available sometimes may not be the appropriate. As you know, quantity occupy a space, but quality edifies a space. If all of us who are here are not human beings of quality, if we're human beings of quantity, the order in this room will be different. And so, we need to look at quality journalism and work within that realm. Like I said, Bayelsa State government have been very supportive of journalism and journalists. And so, even though we have not appointed a journalist as our Commissioner for Information, Orientation and Strategy, most of the time what we do is that at that stage, in any case, is strategic decision making, it's not technological or technical decision making. Once the technical people are competent, the technological people are competent, anybody can be the head. Head is leadership, and so its ability to draw the resources and direct them towards the energy and give them the enable energy for them to achieve the objective. And so, but in the midst of that, we have done much for journalism in this state. We are one of the major states in this country that have an iconic building as a press conglomerate. And so no other state in this country has that kind of gigantic one. And so we have our media, the Glory FM, Radio River, Radio Bayelsa. In any case, if I say Radio Rivers, there's something wrong because some of the people from Radio Rivers are still around me and they are intimidating me. People like A.B. Harvey. And so we also have a very robust television, and then we are promoting our print media because we believe that there should be a combination of all of these. Now, the theme for this summit is quite apt and appropriate because we are talking about the media, culture, and then the perspective of Bayelsa State in promoting indigenous perspective. One thing that is very clear is that if you use the bitter leaf in other people's community to cook your soup, you'll be called a thief. But if you use the bitter leaf in your community, your backyard, to cook your soup, you cannot be a thief. He who goes borrowing, goes sorrowing. And so, to what extent, like the chairman of NUJ actually started and fired the first servo, what is the need interviewing somebody who cannot speak English in English language? When you know that what he's going to tell you in English will not make meaning, as he will convey it if he's speaking from his native language. So, and one thing with us again is that we have all tried to be like other people instead of being ourselves. If you try to be like any other person, you are in imitation. You are in second class. I am one of those who believe that I'm very native and I will remain native, and I'm a native man in any case. And I'm not ashamed to be a native man because I was born native. It's when you want to be like others that you are not able to unleash your potential. You cannot be in the same crowd and be outstanding. It's only those who stand outside the crowd that are called outstanding. And so, what other dimension are we going to give? And so, I also expect that this, our news later, the journalists, I thought they would have used an Ijaw name to call it, to begin, because charity begins at home, even though Veronica does not begin at home. It is only the Pharisees that tells you what to do, but they don't do it themselves. So, Mr. Chairman, you need to get an Ijaw name for this on this later. Secondly, what are the columns that will be reported in our three major languages, which are the Kolokuma, the Piatisa, and then maybe Yogbia, and any other one, including my own, because people may understand. And so that is another issue, because if you don't do it, nobody will do it for you. Sometimes there is something to be done, and somebody expects somebody to do it. And because somebody expects somebody to do it, nobody does it. And because nobody does it, the thing that ought to be done is not done. And so the question is, who is somebody? Somebody is you, somebody is I. So when there's something to do, don't look for somebody to do it. You are somebody, do it, and it will take root. My intention is not to talk long, because he who is in a hurry does not branch where they are playing draft. But you know that there's no way you pass through where your friend is, and the volume of palm wine will not reduce. And so, while I am quite wanting to talk, I'm also being tempted, because I have a very polygamous day today. And you know, polygamy is part of Ijaw, and Ijaw is polygamy. We enjoy polygamy because it makes us to be very active and strong. And so, the women may disagree, because there's a woman who wants to be in polygamy, but women encourages polygamy by their actions and their attitude. Because if you behave very well, there will be no need for another this thing. Because a soup that is sweet, you don't look for alternative to eat. But when the soup is not sweet, you look for alternative. That is why when there's a buffet, some people end up with constipation and diarrhea. It's because what they took first was not good, and they had to take something else to make the stomach full. Well, the point is that, like I said, even though the parrot is meant to talk in the market, he must also listen to others, so that he's not called a talkative. Because it's when he talks too much, they call him a talkative. When the blind man is being clapped for, that's when he leads the dance. It's on that note, I want to, on behalf of His Excellency, not on behalf of him, myself, the governor will come and launch. And you know again that my salary and that of the governor is the smallest in the whole state. The commissioner know, the deputy chief of staff know, and even the general manager of housing know that his salary is bigger than my salary. He knows. I can tell you my salary is there. You go and check. My salary is 250,000 naira a month. That is my salary. That is it. Anything provided. So even motor provided, everything provided. So I'm a provider. So I'm provided for. Right now as I've come here, nobody has provided for the launching. So I don't know I'm going to do the launching. If have you provided for the launching? Because everything is provided for me. Even house provided. That is it. No, but I'm not saying anything out of the blues. Everything is provided. Security provided. Food provided. So provided and provided. So I don't know what is provided for the launch of this newsletter. But however be the case, like I said, it's because we have known ourselves for a very long time that you leave your daughter behind for your neighbor to go to the market and come back, see, meet them healthy. So, and again, as you are aware, as politician, our money spending is limited. And in any case, I cannot spend beyond what I earn. But I think what will happen is that since the tilapias always spoke together as tilapias, and catfish relate together as catfish, even though some compete to say that we are all catfish because everybody is born with mustache, but there is grade within the catfish. So I will see the chairman of NUG, two of us will discuss, and maybe I will be able to see what I can contribute towards the launch. Because if I say certain amount now, it will be too small. And if I say certain amount, it will be too big. And EFC will ask me, where will you get that money to redeem your pledge? Are you going to dip your hand into anybody's problem? Neither to be too low, neither to be too high. The best way to go is to be on the fence. Even when the fence falls, please, you fall on the ground. Thank you.
Your Excellency, before you go, group photographs, please. We'd like the commissioner and others on the front row, please come up and join His Excellency. Your Excellency, I don't understand. Did His Excellency launch or we were just dazzled? Your Excellency, you dazzled us. The keynote speaker, please join them. Aniofiok, please. Aniofiok Udodo. All right, take in. Thank you very much. Thank you. And while His Excellency will be taking his leave, the rest of us remain seated as we'll continue with the rest of the program. Documentary about Bayelsa State to go on. You don't have the 10 minutes documentary? All right. I would like to recognize the Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Police Force Bayelsa State Command. Musa, welcome. Thank you for being here. Also, the representative of the commander of the 16th Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General O.O. Obolo, Captain O.A. James. Please, a round of applause for Captain O.A. James, who is representing the commander of 16th Brigade. I would also like to recognize High Chief Maku Oloye, Executive Director, Operations, of Bayelsa State Fiscal Planning and Development Board and immediate past the immediate past chairman of the Nigerian Legion, who is here, Igirigi G. Effiom. May I also recognize the second vice president of the Ijaw National Congress, Alabo Nengi James. You're welcome, sir. Please, would like everyone to come back to their seats. Please come back to your seats. Let's continue. Christine Akbosa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we move straight to the keynote address. I would like the keynote speaker to please step forward as we take his citation. Order in the house. Respected members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, thank you. Professor Aniofiok Jackson Ododo is a professor of journalism and media studies. He obtained his Bachelor of Arts Communication, his Master's of Arts Mass Communication, Public Relations and Advertising bias, and PhD Mass Communication with Print Journalism bias from the University of Uyo. He has published widely in academic journals and contributed chapters to many edited books, both within and outside Nigeria. So far, he has 86 publications. Among these, he has co-edited 4 books, 2 of which he is the leading editor. Professor Ododo is the author of Book Publishing in Nigeria, An Introduction, The Dynamics of Newspaper Editing, and co-author of Understanding Community Journalism, a focus on theory and practice. So far, Professor Ododo has successfully supervised 40 doctoral theses. As journalists, he was a columnist with New Waves newspaper owned by the Bayelsa. Hello. All right. We'll continue with the citation of our keynote speaker. He is a journalist and he was a columnist with the New Waves newspaper owned by the Bayelsa state government. Professor Ododo's research interests are in journalism, public relations, environmental communication, communication and culture, and communication and gender representation. He is a fellow African Council for Communication Education, FACE, fellow Institute of Corporate Administration, member South African Communications Association, SACOM, member Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ, associate member Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, member Association of Media and Communication Researchers of Nigeria, member Association of Communication Scholars and Practitioners of Nigeria, and member International Communication Association, ICA. Is the founding chairman of Journalism Educators Foundation, JEF. Professor Ododo is a former head Department of Linguistics and Communication Studies. It was during his tenure that he spearheaded the establishment of Faculty of Communication and Media Studies in the university. Professor Ododo's dream team is made of young scholars desirous of making research a priority. Currently, Professor Aniafiok Jackson Ododo is on sabbatical appointment with Bamidele Olumilua University of Education, Science and Technology, Ikere, Ekiti State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our keynote speaker speaking on media, culture, and identity in Bayelsa State, promoting indigenous perspective, Professor Aniafiok J. Ododo.
The deputy governor has left, but I have seen the traditional rulers here. Let me use this opportunity to greet the traditional rulers who are here, Your Majesties. I also have to greet my colleagues, distinguished Okay. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to let you know that the lecture is on page 15 of the brochure that you have at hand. Let me thank the organizers of this summit asking me to come and deliver this keynote address. I feel privileged to do this because any other person would have done it. The theme of my presentation is Media, Culture, and Identity in Bayelsa State, promoting indigenous perspective. Let me begin with the fact that media have a great deal of responsibilities to perform for, and sometimes even on behalf of the society, accused of not performing what they are not assigned to perform as responsibilities. This therefore gives media practitioners reason to engage themselves properly with the society, understanding very well that when things go wrong in the society, the media will be the first to be held responsible, even when such wrong may not be as a result of media laxity. Can you imagine me when I was failure in Nigeria? That is Nigeria. When you have it, it's Nigeria. If you have it all good, it's no longer. Can you imagine media being held responsible for students' failure in senior secondary school examination? And I said, I was called upon once to come and present a paper on the role of media in students' failure in examination. Then one begins to wonder if the media have ever written examination for secondary school students. Have you not heard of the role of media in domestic violence? But the question is, do people seek media advice before they take to violence? If there are people who do their jobs and the jobs of every other person, they are the journalists. Therefore, as media people, be prepared to answer for your role, whether assigned or expected. You know that as media practitioners, your assigned roles are to inform and to educate. Continue to inform, educate, advocate, and perhaps in doing these ones, add a bit of entertainment and be ready to be accused of what you know and what you do not know. The media have a role to discharge in either promoting or demoting, that is endangering a culture. That media has a role to discharge in either promoting or demoting, that is endangering a culture, is never debatable. This is where the cultural imperialism, cultural homogeneity, universality, culture metropolis, or culture core, or culture periphery comes into play. Without the media, none of these concepts would be talked about. The media have significant role to play in either to promote or downplay any of these concepts. The media, as intended in this summit, are supposed, given the responsibility of raising the cultural identity of the people of Bayelsa, indeed the indigenous culture of Bayelsa. Then how do media do this? That is the question that we would have an answer to as we progress. And let's look at media and culture and identity. Culture and identity. A culture always defines a man. It identifies who a man is. It tells what a man does and how he behaves. Kai et al. Say a culture as a system which consists of socially transmitted beliefs, behaviors, values, and norms of a collection of individuals, identifiable by their roles and assumptions. These system traits help to identify those who belong to a specific culture as opposed to strangers who do not possess the same traits. In other words, a culture makes people identify me as an man. Culture possesses qualities which manifest man's attempt to relate meaningfully to his environment. Kivikuru knows that the working relationship of the various components of a culture keeps its system in a state of continuous change. This indicates that culture is intrinsically dynamic. Although a change may occur at any given time, culture transmits and traverses the entire culture community. What are the embodiments of culture? The first and foremost embodiment of culture is language. How many of us are proud to speak our languages wherever we are? Our dressing speaks volume for the people that we are. And let me come back here. When the deputy governor was speaking, he advised that the name of the newsletter should be changed, that it should be Inijo. And I agree with him, because that identifies the culture of the people here. And when I came in here, I was a bit disappointed when I saw that journalists, my colleagues, are dressed in polo. I was thinking that because of the theme of this lecture or this summit, we should appear in our cultural attire. But we are doing, like he said, we are saying one thing, but we are doing another. There is nothing wrong in appearing in a kind of attire that would depict the culture of Bayelsa. That should be the beginning point. So are we those teachers who teach, or those preachers who preach and tell the congregants, don't do what I do, just what I have told you, do that? I think we should start it ourselves. Okay, let's go on. How many of us are proud to speak our languages? I've said that wherever we are. I am one of those. And I can also applaud the Yoruba people. They are very proud of their language. They can speak anywhere. Even when you have a meeting that is consisting of other people, they will speak Yoruba in the middle of the meeting, whether you understand or not. That means that they are proud of their language. So, how many of us are proud to speak our languages wherever we are? That is another embodiment of culture. Let me give you a story that happened. In 2017, when I went to Ilorin for NIPR induction, along the street, someone accosted me and asked, "How is your brother Jonathan?" While he was happy that he had taunted me because my brother was defeated in the 2015 presidential election, I was happy because he was able to identify my geopolitical zone through my dressing. The way I appeared, he knew that I came from South. And he thought he was deriding me. He asked me, how about your brother Jonathan? I told him, my brother Jonathan is doing fine. He's at peace. But beyond that, I was happy because he was able to identify me through my dressing. The food we eat tells people who we are. Our songs and dances identify us culturally, like I saw those young people did this morning. I was so happy. The dances that they did there really showed our culture. If they cannot be afraid of doing it any way they are, I believe that they are helping to promote our culture. Our type of houses, that is architectural design, and the ambience identify us as a people. Whether the development projects that we have are those involving the erection of houses, rural small-scale industries, or rural health centers, the architectural designs of these buildings should, as much as possible, reflect the cultural architecture of the people in order to attract their participation. That is what Abasekong has said. Our traditional occupation tells people of our culture. The embodiments of a culture must always be acceptable to the culture community before they can be said to have formed the people's culture. The question, however, is that of all the embodiments mentioned here, which ones are we truly committed to holding firm? How many of us give our children names that would identify them as a people? How many of us speak our languages fluently? How many of us make it mandatory in our homes that our languages must be spoken in the home, where children and parents would do it fluently? How many of us do not see our languages as inferior? How many of us prefer our traditional foods to industrial foods? How many of us are committedly happy whenever we wear dresses that inform people of our culture? If we cannot answer these questions from the heart, from our hearts, whatever we do as media practitioners in the name of helping to promote our indigenous cultures is compared to a man of God who asks the congregants to do what he tells them to do, but not what he does. That is hypocritical and indeed a failure. Unless we have appreciated our individual cultures as good as others, we cannot be committed to promoting indigenous cultures of Bayelsa State. Perspectives of culture are seen by scholars. Some scholars have seen culture in the perspective of what happens to culture, what culture should be, and the superiority/inferiority aspects of culture. This development gives rise to cultural imperialism, cultural homogeneity, universality, culture core, culture metropolis, or culture periphery, as we said briefly in the introduction. Cultural imperialism is often based on the argument that the Western culture has been superimposed on African culture, so much so that African cultures are diminished. One of the ways this is done is said to be through the imposition of English language that makes it possible to communicate in the Western language. Stevenson has identified the English language as a dominant factor in Western Anglo-American dominance of globalization. Language is the foremost agent of cultural imperialism. Similarly, the Western media have also been accused of being agents of cultural imperialism. However, there is an argument that, though not strong, against cultural imperialism. The argument is that the Western culture is not imposed on anyone. It is just a matter of choice that one has to elect to adopt Western culture. Cultural homogeneity. The idea of cultural homogeneity or cultural universality stems from the fact that culture should be homogeneous or universal. This kind of ideology takes one back to the concept of cultural imperialism, since God has so designed that all cultures cannot be the same. The school of thoughts that subscribes to cultural homogeneity will therefore try to undermine the nature in order to arrive at cultural homogeneity. But even at that, it is still impossible to attain global cultural homogeneity or universality. This is why, even the micro setting, like as Bayelsa, there are still cultures within the culture of Bayelsa State. Culture core or culture metropolis. This concept recognizes the existence of other cultures, but places importance on one culture over the other. In other words, when a culture is regarded as core, it shows the centrality of such culture over the others. In Nigeria, the so-called majority and minority ethnic groupings are a pointer to what the proponents of majority, minority would ascribe the majority to be the core, while the others are not. Culture metropolis also represents culture core. When a culture is said to be metropolis, it is regarded as culture at the center. Culture periphery. A culture that is regarded as culture periphery is the opposite of culture core or culture metropolis. Culture periphery does not attain what it takes it to the center. It is at the borderline, while culture core or metropolis is at the center. Culture periphery belongs to the minority. It is not seen as to have met the standard that attracts global attention. It is seen as belonging to a people who are not civilized enough to get to the center. It can be ruled over by culture metropolis or core. It is lacking in technology. People's responsibility in determining culture type. Now that we have seen scholars' classifications of culture, one can agree that the necessity of culture is just beyond what is displayed by any culture. It has roots in national politics. It also plays a fundamental part in the world politics. This is why there is the scramble for superiority of one culture to the others in a multicultural society as Nigeria, just as it is much more in which culture that rules the world. However, who makes a culture core or periphery? The answer is that it is the owners of the cultures who make their cultures core or periphery. By nature, all cultures are equal. Every culture has everything that makes a people and that identifies a people. It is then left for the people to either appreciate what they have and promote it, or jettison what they have, relax and go for borrowings. This is what happens to many cultures in the world. It must not, however, be forgotten that cultures are full of borrowings. But when the borrowed exceeds the original, the entire culture is supplanted. Debates on global culture are centered on these two dimensions, hence the principles of metropolis, universality, and periphery. Proponents of these two lines of culture advocate that culture metropolis belongs to powerful states, economically and politically, while culture periphery belongs to powerless societies. These debates also promote culture dependency, where the periphery depends on the metropolis. This is what some scholars say as lending itself to cultural imperialism. The universal culture is born out of culture homogeneity, which is also in favor of the West, who own and control communication technology and media that promotes global culture. Thus, this outcome is regarded as the centripetal effect of Western mass communication, which is a function of culture homogeneity, projecting cultural integration. What goes wrong with us? Nigeria is blessed with diverse cultures that, if appreciated and projected, they can contribute to the beauty of global cultures, whether they are called core or metropolis. Our problem, however, stems from the fact that we most often do not appreciate cultures that are cultures other than the ones we were born into. Sometimes we do not even appreciate the cultures into which we were born. When we hate what we have, it is very simple for us to kill what we have and replace it with what we do not have. For not welcoming other cultures except our own that we just manage to accept is often seen in the kind of stereotype that has existed among Nigerians. When we label other cultures with stigmatized stereotype quotes, there is nowhere we would regard the existence of such a culture on its own rights. Another thing is prejudice. We predict someone's action or activities based on where the person hails from, instead of treating him as an individual. When this happens, we can hardly appreciate the person's culture. A story of a journalist from Yoruba extraction. Let me give you another one here, another story here. Going to Uyo to look for an Igbo man, Chief Ekanem, who was a former registrar in the University of Ibadan. It's a fine case in point of prejudice. Even when the journalist was supposed to know that Akwa Ibom state is not Igbo, he snappishly disregarded the correction that was given to him by a fellow journalist. His point was that in Yoruba, everybody down across the east of the Niger is an Igbo. He refused to accept that there are Efik, Ibibio, Anang, Ejagam, Ijo, Ogoni, and other cultures down east of the river Niger. This is glaringly prejudicial and myopic on the part of a journalist who should enlighten others on the different peoples who exist in Nigeria. Also, just within Nigeria, we get culture shocked when we visit other cultures in such a way that the shock remains with us forever, simply because we do not eat a particular food in our cultures, but in another it is eaten, or not do what another culture does. We get shocked, and so we treat such culture as inferior. As a matter of fact, when this kind of situation arises, the one who protests is the inferior. Culture shock is intrinsic in cross-cultural relationship, but when we allow it to affect our judgment of cultures only based on our own perspective, it becomes inimical to appreciation of cultural aesthetics. One foremost thing that goes wrong with us is our inability to invent our own communication, that is media technology, that we can have control over, so that we could also project our culture across the globe. This is where the West has had much greater advantage over us, and the reason we see Western media as tools for cultural imperialism. Promoting Bayelsa indigenous perspective. This is the thrust of this lecture. At the beginning, I said that the media have a role to play in promoting, sustaining, and projecting a culture of a people. Therefore, all of you media workers who reside and practice in Bayelsa have the responsibility of promoting the indigenous cultures of the Bayelsa people, provided such indigenous cultures are not harmful or hurtful. But the first question I have to ask is, how many of you truly believe in Bayelsa's culture? How many of you believe that the subcultures other than yours should coexist? I also understand that all media workers in Bayelsa are not indigenous. Then to the non-indigenous, who are media practitioners, how many of you believe that Bayelsa culture is as good as your own village culture? How many of you believe that the subcultures in Bayelsa should coexist? It is only when we sincerely believe in the culture and subcultures of Bayelsa that we would be committed to promoting them. It is possible. We can do it. The ways to do this, you have them in your own hands. It could be documentaries of a people's language in Bayelsa, their food, the nutrition in the food, and how to prepare it. The deputy governor also made mention of this when he said that major languages in the state should be used in communicating to the people. I think that should be a beginning point. It could be the mode of dressing. That is where you have a great deal of function to do by always dressing like a Bayelsan. It could be projecting indigenous cultural festivals. It could be a proposal to the government to establish rural community radio stations where every program is done in indigenous language. This could be located at strategic places to take care of the subcultures of the state. It could be mobilization or campaign projects to emphasize the importance of the culture of the people. It is not impossible. But let me add that there is a fundamental crack. There is a fundamental crack in Nigeria. Nigeria is being kicked by the leaders as an airless football played by children, but which must be scored by all means. Parts of this football have been turned, yet nobody remembers them. The goal posts are now fixed at the judiciary. And so, the judiciary is remembered and fixed. That is where the goals must be scored. Some of us, like the university teachers, are part of the forgotten torn leather, who can hardly feed our families 1 month round with our salaries. That is for those of us who are in the federal universities, and cannot change our over 20-year-old cars. If journalists are also belonging to the forgotten parts of the airless torn football called Nigeria, it will be practically impossible for them to promote Bayelsa indigenous perspectives. One, if they are not paid well, the motivation to travel to the local places to do the work is dead. Two, they will not use their meager salaries that cannot feed them round the month to look for how to promote Bayelsa culture. 3, where the journalists are not insured, it will be difficult for them to risk their lives and go to difficult terrains in the name of promoting indigenous culture. These are the truth. Therefore, the governments and the media owners have a large part of contribution to making what is possible be possible. Otherwise, we will continue to call many summits on this same issue, but without significant results. Let me conclude by saying that the thrust of this lecture is an advocacy for the media to promote the culture and the subcultures of Bayelsa. I have reminded us of the great expectations the society has of the media. I have also said briefly on how scholars classify cultures across the globe. I have pointed out that the people have a major part to play in projecting their cultures to other parts of the world. The lecture has also pointed to the disadvantages that we have as a people in projecting our culture. To promote the indigenous culture of Bayelsa State, the media can do it very successfully if some
on
of
the new path
ideas
of
here are
self-realization.
it is possible.
Yes,
This,
the land
however,
of
depends
Bayelsa
on how
was
much
rich in
the
gas
media
and oil reserves.
personnel are
But-
rewarded and motivated to carry out this responsibility. If media workers are poorly remunerated, what is
able,
possible
but
will
oil
indeed
spills-
remain impossible. Thank you very much.
and damaged the marine life.
I don't think that applause is enough for our keynote speaker, who has taken time and done a good job. I'd like us to please, once again, very especially put hands together for Professor Anefi Udo of the University of Port Harcourt. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And of course, that has effectively set the tone for this summit. And going forward, we will even have better presentations. He has dealt very well with that topic, media culture and identity in Bayelsa State, promoting indigenous perspective, which was a keynote lecture just delivered. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just before we take the next item on the program, I'd like to quickly introduce a few guests that arrived while that presentation was going on. I'd like to firstly recognize one of our own, a man who served so many governors and administrators as a chief press secretary, and he's the immediate past regent of the Tarakri clan. Let's please appreciate High Chief Fidelis Agbiki, a veteran journalist, both in the print and electronics. We also have here with us a well-known environmentalist and now a technical advisor to the governor, Alagwa Morris. Let's please put hands together for Alagwa Morris.
By Saturday, October 1, 2025,
We also have here with
it will
us
be
the Honorable
29
Commissioner
years
for Community
since Bayelsa
Development,
State was created.
Bayelsa State Honorable Belamonte Watson. Let's please put hands together for him.
The much anticipated announcement of the
Also
creation
here
of
is
Bayelsa
His Royal Highness
was
James
announced by
A.
the then military head of
Sarakri
state, General
Ali
well,
II
in our various
of
homes
Alibri.
when they
Shall we please give him a round of applause?
And as soon as Bayelsa
You're
State
welcome,
was
sir.
announced as
Gombe.
one of the states,
We also
and states
have
free
here
states,
with us
everybody
In a
jumped up
nationwide
for it.
Dr. Will Cox Izibea. He's the chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association. Let's please put hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. Of course, just before we take the
For
cultural
the
trip,
people marking
let
the
me also
long state in the
recognize
history, a
on
homogeneous
Bishop
state,
Raphael
October 1,
Amarotoa.
1996.
Let's please put our
As
hands
this
together for him.
sporadic celebration and
You're welcome, sir.
excitement that heralded
Of course, the cultural troupe is here again. Let's sit back. They did so well in their first outing, and I'm sure they are even going to do better. Let's please encourage them. Put your hands together for the cultural troupe. The young Bayelsa troupe. Hello.
Sepa Simini, Dumupa Tumini, Odo, Commissioner Odo, Kenya United Settle Lateye. Tuye Kikadia de Kikayo, Tulada Beni Yeri Minie. Kikayo, Tulada Beni Yeri Minie. Tulada Beni Yeri Minie. Tulada Barapamini. Kikayo, Tulada Beni Yeri Minie. 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 Kikayo, Timi Balamini Balame. Kikayo, Timi Zakomini Sokome. Kikayo, Timi Balamini Balame. Obeya in Belele. Obeya in Belele. Obeya in Belele. Obeya in Belele. Anointed Setri Ladaya. Obeya in Belele. Obeya in Belele. Anointed Setri Ladaya. Obeya in Belele. Obeya in Belele. Anointed Setri Ladaya. Commissioner, you are welcome. Journalists, you are welcome. And you, Jerry, thank you. Kenya United Settle Ladaya. Sarabu bayemi o, sarabu bayemi o, adun tempo ma ye. Igwa papa mane mi ama me binsale ya mama di ba mi. Kenny papa mane mi ama me binsale ya mama di ba mi. Atsa papa mane mi ama me binsale ya mama di ba mi. Kenny papa mane mi ama me binsale ya mama di ba mi. Aye lemo. Mi ama me binsale. Mi ama me di ba mi. Aye lemo. Me ama me binsale. Me ama me di ba mi. Aye lemo.
Hello.
Me ama me binsale. Me ama
Shall we please put hands together for them? Put hands together for them.
Aye lemo. Me ama me binsale.
The Joe Anointed Cultural Troop led by Marshal Abraham.
Aye lemo. Me ama me binsale. Me ama me di ba mi. Aparebe. So.
Once again, let's please put hands together for those young, vibrant Bayelsans, the greater tomorrows, the ones that are going to carry on with the cultural legacy and prowess of Bayelsa in the years to come. The Joe Anointed Cultural Troop led by Mrs. Marshall Abraham. And of course, just before we take the next presentation, permit me to recognize the presence here in our midst of the chairman of the Medical Laboratory Scientists Association by Bayelsa State, Eunice Lele. Shall we please put hands together for Eunice Lele? You're welcome. We also have here with us a one-time chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, YENAGOA, Collins Bolaya Esquire. Shall we please put hands together for him too? And of course, not forgetting a friend of the media, a one-time member of the Bayelsa State Executive Council, Honorable Topido Amanana. Let's please put hands together for him. You're all welcome.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the paper presentation. And for this paper presentation, the concentration is on blue economy, harnessing the socio-economic potentials in Bayelsa State. And this will be taken by Dr. Beauty Okuboere Niekbemi. Please, a round of applause for her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just before Dr. Beauty Okuboere Niegbemi starts her presentation, I would like to inform us that His Excellency, having launched the newsletter and left, that the rest of us can now also launch the newsletter. The account number will be on the screen, so please, the ushers will also be coming to you as we continue with the program, so you can launch. It's a way of supporting this newsletter for Dr. Ma. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for her again. I'll take the microphone to you so you can present. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My Royal Highnesses, some of them are leaving, but I believe some of them are still around us. Hello? 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 So every other protocols of the blackout, if you don't experience the blackout, you won't know what Bayelsans are facing. So it's a good thing for those of us that are not around to know what we're facing. Okay, so I'm here to actually talk about the blue economy, harnessing the socio-economic potentials in Bayelsa State. You can find out in your booklet, it's on page 29. But I will not go pari pursuit what is on that page, because I was thinking there will be a PowerPoint where I can also just talk from. So I have my own PowerPoint that I have drafted, though I made a photocopy when I got to Bayelsa. So I will make do for that. So we're looking at the blue economy, harnessing the socio-economic potentials in Bayelsa State. You know, oftentimes when you talk about the blue economy, people wonder what actually it is meant about. But today we're going to be enlightened about what it is. So I'm going to talk about an introductory aspects. I'll also look at the blue economy. Then we'll look at the various dimensions of the blue economy. Then we are going to look at the socio-economic potentials of the blue economy in Bayelsa State. Then we are not left out of the problems that are associated with the blue economy in Bayelsa State. We will then conclude and make recommendations, and that would be all. So let's look at, so let's look at the introductory aspects. So if you have your booklet, you can also go along with me. Bayelsa State is a state in the coastal area of Nigeria that we all know. It is not surprising then to find the state endowed with numerous rivers, streams, lakes, and so on. You know, we are surrounded by the streams, by lakes, by water. In short, when I was young, when I have not been to Bayelsa State, usually people will say we're from the river, and when I will ask my mom, do we live inside water? It's something that, you know, baffles me until I came to Bayelsa and found out that we're actually not living in and in the water, but we are surrounded by rivers, lakes, creeks, and all the rest. So human in general derives substantials, but oftentimes we overlook the undervalued benefits derived from the ecosystem services. And when we talk about the ecosystem services, what are we talking about? We're talking about the provisioning service that is given, as well as the regulatory services, supporting services, and cultural services. These are services that the ecosystem provides in the blue economy. So these resources create an idea that if properly harnessed, well utilized and sustained, there will emerge a state in the country called Bayelsa, which is reliable for food and industrial raw materials, for self-sufficiency. And not just for self-sufficiency, also for the greater population of Bayelsas, and also local industry within Bayelsa and the nation at large. So then, the question comes, what is blue economy? What is blue economy? There is a common agreed definition, or there are no common agreed definitions about the blue economy concept. So the blue economy has been described as a process of propagating transparent notion through which the ocean is identified as a new economic possibility that is expected to bring wealth and environmental protection. In other words, the blue economy is an economy that revolves around the ocean. So you cannot talk about the blue economy and not talk about the ocean itself. So the blue economy is a term that is used economically relating to exploitation, preservation, and regulation of the marine environment. However, its scopes of operation varies among organizations. So different organizations has their scopes about the blue economy. Its context considers a deeper extent of resource exploitation and sustainability vision of ocean management. The concept gained more attention following the Rio 2012 that was organized in Brazil, the United Nations Convention on Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, we could say that the blue economy is a sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and jobs. That is providing jobs while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem. The ecosystem, the blue economy, has various dimensions that we are going to look at today. So the various dimensions of the blue economy ranges from economic to social to environmental to cultural and so on. So the economic dimension has to do with the value creation from ocean resources, the value that oceans create. And these values or ocean resources are no other but featuring aquaculture, marine biotechnology, tourism, fishing, and renewable energy. All these resources are gotten from the ocean. This innovation, encouragement, and development of sustainable business model that benefits local people. So these are the resources our local community use, and they are beneficial to them. You know, if you are from Bayelsa, you will know that the ocean provides a lot of things. There are sometimes when I was with Shell, we used to go for community development, and we go through the sea, and we see them digging out marbles from under the sea. So there are a lot of resources found aside the fishes in the ocean, there are other resources that are found in the ocean. So those are the economic dimensions of the blue economy. So we also have the social dimensions. The social dimension focuses on forming alliance, interacting with local communities, and taking into account the social effect of economic activities while addressing a range of social issues such as human rights, the rights of the community for you to exploit their resources within their environment, labor standard, gender parity, and community development. Also, we have the environmental dimension. The blue economic environmental dimension addresses a variety of concerns, which includes pollution. If you go through our rivers, you will know that there are lots of pollution that goes around it. So it addresses pollution, prevention of pollution, climate change, adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, protection, and ecosystem-based management, with the goal of preserving the health and integrity of the ocean ecosystem. Then we have the technological dimension. When we talk about the technological dimension, this has to do with encouraging innovations, technology transfer, the ethical use of emerging technologies, and encompassing fields including biotechnology, sensors, artificial intelligence, marine robots, and renewable energy technology. These are the resources that needs to be harnessed within Bayelsa State. Then we have the cultural dimension. The cultural dimension is places strong emphasis on acknowledging the conserving and traditional knowledge of culture. The traditional knowledge of culture, the legacy connecting to the ocean resources. You cannot separate the traditional legacy connecting to ocean resources. There you can see it even reflects to the dance culture here, where you are having the fishing festivals and all the rest. It is done within the ocean resources. Then we have the governance dimension. This component promotes open accountability and participatory governance system that supports sustainable use of ocean resources. Having looked at the various dimensions of the ecosystem, we have to look at the socio-economic potentials of the ecosystem. When you talk about the socio-economic potentials of the ecosystem, we are looking at the fishery and aquaculture. Within the Bayelsa region, we know that many homes or many of the villages and communities around Bayelsa State, our major occupation is fishing. Farming is there, but mostly is done. Fishing is the mostly recognized type of occupation within the riverine areas. And so it is a form of employment, revenue generation, and a means of subsistence. Additionally, it collaborates with other industries to supply raw materials, particularly for food, processing businesses, and while using these goods and services for other industries within the state and within Nigeria at large. When you talk about the business within this ocean resources, it's so large. We also have the marine transport and logistics, ferry services, cruise ship and freight transportation. are some of the activities that make up the maritime transport industry. It is vital to international trade and business as its means of connecting people and goods across boundaries. Last month I wanted some dry fish, and I had to ask somebody. I said, you can only transport it to Port Harcourt. You can't just, So I had to pay. I don't know the person. I don't know who it is, but I paid money, and I went to Abonima Waterside to pick up my goods. These are marine transport systems that needs to be properly looked into to help the Bayelsa economy. So we also look at the coastal and marine tourism. Coastal and marine tourism has to do with beach vacation, ecotourism, cruise, traveling, ship travels, and all examples of coastal and marine tourism. The tourist sector in Bayelsa State is anticipated to expand quickly, showcasing the state's natural beauty and cultural richness. Bayelsa State is rich in beauty and culture, which need to be harnessed. Then you look at the marine engineering and construction. This has to do with the building of marine shipbuilding, the marine sector generally. And it has to do with offshore wind, sports, shipbuilding sectors. They have tremendous expansion potentials that need to be looked into. The business contributes significantly to the Nigeria economy, and so it contributes, if properly harnessed, it will contribute greatly to the Bayelsa economy as well. We also have the technological and biopreservation, the marine technological and bioprospecting. This has to do with marine life, and it's a significant source of a new gene and natural products that has a variety of use in the bio-based food, medical, and energy sector. I actually thank God for the organizers of this forum, because it brought me into limelight. I never knew that medicine was produced from ocean resources. And while looking at it, and I saw it, and it's amazing. It's amazing what we have in Bayelsa State, and that could be used, to bring forth development within Bayelsa State. Then we look at renewable energy. Renewable energy, the marine energy resources are sustainable geographically, co-located and supplemental to other energy sources. Look at us here. We're suffering light, energy, which is needed. And within us, this could be generated. And so if really looked into, we'll see that we'll gain proper ground. In short, maybe we won't look for energy elsewhere. Maybe the country, the nation will look for energy through Bayelsa to other states. So it is these resources include ocean waves, tides, prevailing currents, and slanty and temperature gradients. So a renewable energy is such a beautiful thing which we know we have within our ocean resources. Then lastly, we have what we call the seabed miming. The seabed miming has to do with what we call global rich cross, and which is magnesium nodules. and it's also known as polymetallic nodules. Sulfurates, low temperature, biodrometer deposits. These deposits are found on the floor, the sea floor of the ocean. And they are rich in muds, and just a few of the diverse environments and resource types are found in the deep sea deposits. And most of these things, maybe when refuge are being dumped within the sea and the oceans, these debris go down and form these resources that we're talking about. So having looked at the potentials of the blue economy within Bayelsa State, there are challenges or problems that is associated with this expertise. There are no experts in the marine science, and there is the need for expertise in the marine science. And there are limited research that are done within the marine sector. So that also is a challenge that we have within Bayelsa State. And there is also lack of there are little or no knowledge about it, and training needs to be done in that aspect. Then one major aspect or one major problem that we have within the blue economy is overfishing. Overfishing is done because of lack of knowledge of what needs to be done. We see that overfishing is so rampant. There is no community you will get to within the Bayelsa region that you will not see that this one is rearing catfish, this one is rearing tilapia and all that. But these are not done based on expertise. They are done just anyhow, which is not supposed to be. And if it is properly done, we'll have a lot of resources that will run down to the Bayelsa economy. Then habitat degradation is also a challenge within the blue economy. Pollution, like I said before, and among others, are all problems that is associated with the blue economy. Having said all this, I will conclude by saying that Bayelsa State blue economy is potentially equipped to play a crucial role in the state and the nation's social and economic landscape. The fishery sector encompasses artisanal, industrial, and aquaculture practice, can contribute significantly to employment, food security, and the gross domestic products, GDP. Marine biotechnology also presents a promising opportunity for innovations and sustainable exploitation of marine resources, potentially addressing pressing issues such as disease management, food production, and environmental conservation. So we now prefer and recommend that government should ensure sufficient implementation of law and regulations and uphold the standardized guideline for tourist facilities. Also, the government should address the issue of overfishing in our rivers through education and enlightenment campaign. Before I take the last recommendation, I found out that there are initiatives that the government has put in place in Bayelsa State that has to do with a wild fishery resources, that the government rehabilitation of existing farms established for the Niger Delta seafood companies to encourage private investment in fishing. Also, under aquaculture, Bayelsa State intends food security to support infrastructure for development and improve their source of livelihood within some communities. But I also want to thank the government for its initiative of the Bayelsa Aquaculture Village in YENAGOA, the investment and partnership that is being pursued for further development. That was a great aspect which the government has looked into. Like I said government should address the issue of overfishing in rivers through education and enlightenment campaign. Even with that they have done, there is still the need for education and enlightenment. So absolute law and regulation with respect to the blue economy should be reviewed to meet modern day requirements that can bring improvements to the sector. Thank you very much for having me and to listening to me. Thank you.
Hello. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've just listened to Dr. Beauty Okubore Nyekbemi speaking on the topic Blue Economy, Harnessing the Socio-Economic Potentials in Bayelsa State. And of course, Bayelsa is unique and very special when it comes to blue economy. We are aware that apart from the federal government, the Bayelsa state government is the only other state that has created a Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. And not just creating the ministry, several workshops and seminars have been held to formulate a policy and mode of operation for the new ministry. And only last week, an enlightenment program took place right here on marine safety, where presentations were made, including presentation of safety equipment to our people, especially those who travel regularly on water. So that tells you that Bayelsa is on the lead when you talk about the marine and the blue economy, and we are so happy that we're having this presentation here today. Let's please once again put hands together for the presenter. We'll be taking a few questions, but just before then, I'd like to especially recognize a one-time Dean, Faculty of Law, Niger Delta University, now the Vice Chancellor of the University of Africa, Tororua. Let's please appreciate Professor Solomon Ibobra. You're welcome, Prof. Good to see you. You're welcome. And of course, one of our former bosses is a one-time Commissioner for Information Orientation and Strategy. Let's please also appreciate Honorable Maxine Fefer, who is also here with us. You're welcome, sir. All right, we'll now be taking questions. If you wish to ask a question, just indicate by raising your hand. And please, once you get a microphone, avoid long preambles. Just go straight to your question. Or take maybe, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. Maybe we'll take one question from each row. And please, I want the women to also participate. Mind you, the presenter is a lady. So I want the ladies to also participate this time. All right, we have a hand up there. Let me also appreciate Dr. Waraway, who is also here with us, the NIPRO chairman by Bayelsa State. Let's please put hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. Noah.
Good afternoon. My name is David West, the Bayelsa State Chairman of Civil Liberties Organization.
Okay, Civil Liberties Organization.
Yes, my question is very simple. Beyond the rhetorics of blue economy, I see as a phrase, in what measure or has the blue economy contributed to the internally generated revenue of Bayelsa State? Thank you.
That's a very good. I think the purpose of this this summit is to address that issue. It's a thing that has not been properly announced, and I think that is one of the reasons why the organizers of this community put it in place. I wish the government, or governor rather, was present. If you watch when I was presenting, I was emphasizing that these are the things that need to be announced in Bayelsa State for us to increase our revenue and make development come to play in Bayelsa State. And I use the issue of power, that we have resources within us, but it is not properly announced. That is why we are facing what we are facing in Bayelsa. So the issue is on doing the needful. If we don't have trained manpower, it should be done. And so by so doing, we begin to, impact our environment. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
All right, put your hands together for her. Can we have the next question? Like I said before, we'll appreciate the ladies. And looking around, there seem to be more in the house. Okay?
Thank you so
properly
much.
introduce yourself and go straight to your
Before her question, sorry, you said you are working with...
Civil Liberties Organization.
Yeah, please, we also want your organization to look into it and see what you can do for Bayelsa State. Thank you.
Okay, Igosi Sophie, Newspaper Corporation. My question is on overfishing. I would think that many of us getting into fishing is to help the economy. But you are saying now that we are overfishing and it's not helpful to the blue economy. Can we know why, please? Thank you.
Yes, because, the ocean needs these fishes also in the river to do other things. So when you take them out, the other resources within the ocean suffers it as well. Like, there are things, when you take debris to the ocean and dump them there, there are things that these species do to those debris to become other resources within the ocean. And so when you take them out, without the expertise of it, it causes another problem within the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've taken one from this row, but because she's a lady, let's give her another opportunity. Please hand over the microphone to her. Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Sophia Obi of Ministry of Information. Now, my worry is connected to the too much fishing you mentioned. And we're talking about blue economy. I know that the Fisheries Act was last looked at in 1992. And in Bayelsa State, we just have this ministry, Blue Economy Ministry and all that, which the law now will restrict you from certain areas and the kind of fishes at a particular time. So in Bayelsa State, I don't know what we're really doing with regards to this. Let it not be like the case of the oil, where people from the localities will not benefit from it. Because I know the law also states that it will prohibit even indigents from fishing when in Bayelsa State, we just have that ministry just a few months ago.
So your question,
my question is, what are we doing with regards to expertise like you presenting papers? What are we doing to that regards for us to enlighten us more on what to do, if perhaps we will also contribute in the law for it to be amended?
I think it's basically sensitization. You sensitize the people within the environment, within the communities, to let them know about it. So you do something like community sensitization, within the environment. And that's why I talk about educating them. When I talk about educating them, it doesn't mean that they have to go to school per se. But they have to be educated to know this and this and this are the things you need to do within, with this kind of this thing. And so they know the industry they are supplying to. It won't be that, it's something that, let's look at it this way. If you are into business and you are selling Indomie, I am selling Indomie. The next person is selling Indomie. The next person is selling Indomie. So who will buy from who? You understand what I'm saying? So it has to be spread out to give an enlightenment to know that there are other areas that you need to look into aside from fishery within the blue economy. Since you are in the blue economy ministry, you have to look at possible measures that you could use to enlighten them to look at other areas. We have farming, but how many of them go into farming? This is just, I don't know if I've answered your question anyway.
Thank you very much. I think we have 3 more questions to take. 3 more.
All right. Thanks
Nobody's
so much.
ready to ask questions from this row.
Okay, thanks so much for the lecture, ma. My name is Daniel Ayotunde Monitor, a serving corps member. And I'd like to ask, particularly I could relate with your paper because I studied biotechnology in school. And interestingly, I'm currently actively serving in the media space. So I believe there should be a major synergy between science and media to really drive the blue economy. I would like to know your take on this, especially while considering, let's say, a state like Lagos, who also shares certain characteristics with a state like Bayelsa in terms of the availability of the water bodies. So how can we effectively deploy this, especially at the grassroots level, to ensure that we can, come to a place of maximum profit for the development of the state and, of course, the country?
If I get your question correctly, you're talking about science and journalism, merging it together and see what it is. It is quite possible. When the deputy governor was talking, he was talking about how you can use one thing over the other. So you cannot just you cannot even separate journalism from science because it's interrelated. It's just that maybe our educational system has not cohorts, look into it and see how they can merge these things together. Because it is, from my study, I noticed that journalism can be immersed not just with science, but with all other aspects of education. But I actually can't really tell because I'm not in that aspect of making policies to see that the government will carry out that policy. So if not, it's a very good idea that you can merge both together and the synergy of it, because like we're talking about the blue economy, you cannot remove science out of it, and the blue economy helps me to know that even I as an economist have to really look at the scientific aspects of the blue economy. So you cannot actually separate it. But one thing I will advise you is that for education, we go beyond what we study. We go beyond what we study. We don't just look at what we study. We go beyond it. So you can be the first person to bring it together, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'd like to conclude here. Let's please put hands together for her. Put hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you. We're taking a comment from one of our guests. But just before he comes, I'd like to recognize the presence of two of our veteran colleagues, retired long ago, but still very active and strong. Firstly, I'd like to recognize Chief Allen Sotaya. Let's please put hands together for him. And also Gibson Messiah, who was at some point also a boxing referee. Good to have you guys here. You're welcome. We'll now be taking a brief comment from His Royal Highness James A. Sarakri, Alei II of Alebri. We'll take a comment from him.
Yeah,
please.
Thank you. Please, I will be very, very brief because of time. Yeah, I wouldn't have spoken if not for the two issues raised by the people who asked questions on the concept of overfishing. Because when you are fishing, it will send some messages. We are thinking of harnessing resources to generate revenue, and we are saying over. Is there any limit to which you can generate revenue? Certainly no. So instead of overfishing, I think we should look at the issue of indiscriminate catches. Because I was a young man then in the village, and I knew what we suffered in exploitations and other issues that have brought us to this level. Now in my territory, we don't have fish again. Why? Because of excesses in the past. So we are now paying for the excesses of our fathers. So how do we address this? I think is the critical issue underlying this issue of overfishing. We know that sicknesses were caused by oil exploration. That is why we can't find fish in our territory any longer. Then number two, no control. Now that we have a law and a ministry guiding the industry, I think government should really give attention to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Royal Highness James A. Sarakri, Alei II of Alebri. I think with those remarks, we'll now move on to take an aspect we skipped or touched just briefly earlier, and that's talking about the unveiling of the newsletter. We had wanted almost all our guests to unveil, but for time and other state assignments, the deputy governor had to unveil alone and left. At this point, we'd like to NUJ newsletter, which of course is another novel idea by the current executive led by Yemoleya Tonye. So please, I can see the zonal secretary, Zone F of the NUJ, conferring with one of our veterans. It's okay.
Thank you, my elder brother A.B. Avia. You saw me discussing with my father, and you, as if you know what we were discussing. I didn't get the full words that you used, but I know. You know him, so you must have recognized him appropriately. Our father, our veteran, one-time regent of the Tarakri Kingdom in the media industry. Those who are coming in this business, these are our mentors. This is one of our mentors. He has asked me to announce with a sum of 100,000 naira. So those in charge, please give me 5 copies and you get the cash reward from me. You give me an account and we'll send the money to you. Thank you.
Please, that applause wasn't good enough for our veteran. 5 copied with us. And today, you've once again proved that you are indeed a leader and a father to be trusted. Thank you so very much. Wherever that has come from, we pray that God Almighty will replenish your pocket, grant you good health, to be stronger in the years to come, and continue to grace events like this and support and advise a younger generation of journalists. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think there is a slight adjustment to the program. We'll be taking one more presentation. Actually, this presentation was supposed to come in tomorrow, but because we are moving one of today's presentations to tomorrow, we had to also adjust to bring this one back to today. And it is the one titled Ethical Reporting, Reorienting the Bayelsa Journalist, to be taken by Professor Muyiwa Bokbuola. Let's please put hands together for him. Let me quickly run through his brief resume. Brief profile of Professor Muyiwa Bokbuola, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo State. Muyiwa Bokbuola is a Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Ajayi Crowther University, Oyo, Nigeria, an ivory tower of excellence. He was taken by Providence to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where in 1998 he bagged Bachelor of Arts BA honors in mass communication with first-class honors, and won the prizes for the best graduating student in the department and the best final year student in the faculty. Thereafter, he was awarded a Master of Science MSc degree in mass communication of the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Like in Nsukka, he earned the University Teaching Assistantship Award and was recognized for recording the best performance on the program. By 2012, after serious academic exercises, his persistent thirst for knowledge, hard work, and excellence was crowned at Nigeria's premier university, the University of Ibadan, where he was awarded a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD in Media and Cultural Studies. At various times in the past, Muyiwa Kpokpola has been the head of the Department of Communication and Media Studies, Director of Media Center, Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, Pioneer Dean of the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, and member of the Governing Council, Senate, and Appointments and Promotions Committee of the Ajayi Crowther University. He has taught and researched journalism for over 2 decades in Nigeria. He has, to his credit, scores of scholarly publications in academic journals and associated scholarly outlets. Interestingly, while Muyiwa Kpokpola has authored many books, he has edited and co-edited several books of reading. Among his works that have earned global recognition are a discourse on personality-induced conflicts in Nigeria's politics, the media and their narratives, journalism practice and terrorism in Nigeria, issues, trends and techniques, political economy of media operations in Nigeria and political economy, new media and Nigerian popular cultures. Since the year 2017 till date, Muyiwa Kpokpola has been a resource person to the National Universities Commission NUC for resource verification and accreditation of information and media studies, journalism and media studies and mass communication programs of universities across Nigeria. He has served as external examiner to PhD candidates in many universities, and he has successfully supervised many PhD students of his own. He has also been a regular source for assessor in the promotion exercises of communication and media studies scholars to the professional cadre. Indeed, he has acquired a touring academic and a fine professional reputation in his chosen field of communication and media studies. Muyiwa Kpokpola, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Administration, FCIA, a member of the prestigious Nigerian Academy of Letters, MNAL, and a Conrad Adenauer Stiff Tongue KS Sub-Saharan African Media Scholar, is a regular presenter of papers at local and international conferences within and outside Nigeria. He is a consultant to the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the National Secretariat of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, on political, communication, and safety journalists, respectively. His major areas of research interest are media and society, media, peace and security studies, media and critical cultural studies, and political communication. He is a member of many professional bodies, namely, but not limited to the following: International Association for Media and Communication Research, IAMCR, the African Council for Communication Education, ACCE, Association of Communication Scholars and Professionals of Nigeria, ACSPN, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, ARCON, Conference of African Journalism Educators, CAJE, Forum of African Media Educators, FAME, and the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ. Muyiwa Kpokpola is happily married to Elizabeth Kpokpola, and the union is blessed with Beulah, Baruch, and Benaiah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our next presenter, Muyiwa Kpokpola.
It is my pleasure to be given this very rare opportunity to interact with this very distinguished audience in respect of what I have been asked to interface with this audience, which has to do with ethics of reporting, reorienting the Bayelsa State journalists. By our culture, having listened to my very good brother and friend, Professor Anefo Kudodo. It is very, very important to give honor to whom honor is due. It is on this note that I must, as an African child, say a very big thank you to the royal fathers here present for being in this audience. Our royal majesties, I say thank you very much. Our traditional rulers, thanks for the opportunity you have given to all of us to speak with you today. Thank you very much, sirs. To the leadership of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, National Secretariat, my national president, national officers here present, thank you very much for the opportunity. The leadership of the Bayelsa State Council of the NUJ, thank you very much for the invite. Dear colleagues in various journalism industries in Bayelsa State Council, thank you very much for your time. And thank you very much for alluding to, the fact that some of us are qualified to be here. Before I go through the lecture, which will not take us more than 20-25 minutes, because I will speak to it, that's why I have the slides here. It is very, very important for me to say this, that without prejudice to the conduct and, I don't know, how well organized fora such as this have been in terms of being called upon to share my views or my thoughts with a number of state councils of NUJ in Nigeria. Let me say that this is the first NUJ State Council that will organize an event such as this, and that after the opening preliminary, perhaps ceremonial aspect of it, you will still see journalists sit down like this. Honestly, it is a welcome development, because the experience has been that immediately after our very distinguished and eminent first-class positively referenced political office holders leave, you won't see journalists again on their seats. It's either they go with our governors and deputy governors and commissioners, or they are busy attending to some other things that are subordinate, that are at variance with the purpose of the event or the program. Honestly, I am dazed. As a person, I am impressed. And this is something that we must commend the leadership of the Bayelsa State Council of NUJ in respect of. So, sir, keep it up. I allude to the fact that it is not about size, it's about engine. Sir, you are a very big engine room. So keep the engine working. Keep the engine working. Yes, no. Okay. Let me start by saying that we all know what law is, and we all know what ethics is. So there is no need to just bother us with the nitty-gritty of the difference. And I'm happy that I have a very distinguished professor of law in the house today. But something that we must take away from the difference between law and ethics, as having to do with us, and as having to do with what we are to interact in respect of, is that while law has many enforcers, enforcers in terms of entities and checks that can make people to abide by laws, ethics has just one, and that is the human conscience. Because no Bayelsa State Council of NUJ chairman will be there with you as far as a given reportorial errand is concerned. No NUJ national president will be there with you to see the extent to which you adhere strictly to the rules and regulations that guide your conduct as journalists. So it is you at that point that you will decide either to adhere strictly to the tenets of the profession or to do otherwise. And that's the reason why much of what we make what we are to do today, what we would interact in respect of today, to be successful, to really have impact, has to do with our what? With our conscience. Now, next slide, please. Thank you very much. Josephson Institute for the Advancement of Ethics has given us a number of, ethical things that must be evident in us before we can be seen to be ethical. Honesty, integrity, to keep promise, fidelity, fairness, caring for others, respect for others, responsible citizenship, pursuit of excellence, accountability. Next. We can see all this. We know what honesty means, integrity, promise keeping, fidelity. These are just general ethical principles. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, as far as reporting is concerned, some ethical issues are germane. They are contemporary. They are evergreen. Irrespective of, the fact that journalism is dynamic. When you say journalism is dynamic, we see journalism as having to do with a profession or a skill or a science or an art that is changing. All these ones are still basic ethical principles that we must abide by in our reportorial assignments and endeavors. Plagiarism, bad taste, ass grinding, encouraging conflict, taking sides in the conflict, breaking confidence, puffery, pocketbook. We all know all this. Gauge, sensationalism, journalistic dissension, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Next slide, next slide, next slide. Next one. Next one. Next. So all these, we know what they mean. I'm just, browsing over this because of our time. So the text of the lecture has been available to the organizers as well as all these slides. Next slide, please. Puffery, we know what it means. Pocketbook, gosh, yes. Then, thank you. Yes. Next slide. What does good journalism entail? Accuracy. Accuracy. We cannot continue but shout that to the rooftops. Accuracy is very, very key. My name is Muyiwa. I am not Mayowa. Mayowa is a very good name. It's a very good name that anybody who is given that name bears with the pride that is associated with it. But mine is what? Mayowa, irrespective of how close they are. What we see in the media today are very disturbing instances of inaccuracy. And a particular major reason for that, permit me to say it, because in the academia, where we don't look at faces before, we say that something is very, very correct, and before we say that something seems incorrect. Some of us appear to be intellectually lazy. Intellectually lazy in fact-checking. We will see get there. In fact-checking, in making sure that our spellings are not just only correct, the details we give are details that are sacrosanct. They are details that are nothing but truth and factual. Impartiality, balance, responsibility. Next slide. We all know all this. Yes, I've talked about it, but yes, impartiality. Next slide, please. Responsibility, yes. Journalistic practices and ethical conduct in Nigeria, a situation analysis. I want us to please give me our listening ears. I know we have all been listening. Where we are now, we have two major takeaways. Because if we begin to talk about issues of ethics and unethical practice, what to do and what not to do, or we just voyage around, ethical issues generally, we may just succeed in leaving this place, not, to say this man has just succeeded in telling us what we know. And the essence or purpose of this particular topic will be defeated. There have been many scholarly observations. Yes, next slide. Many generally observations in respect of, the fact that many unethical practices, 95% of our unethical practices in terms of what we do that is against what we should do, what we do that is against what the NUJ prescribes in its code of conduct, what we do that is at variance with what Nigerian Press Council and other regulatory bodies are saying. 95% of our unethical, in quote, conduct has to do with two major things, revolves around two major things. And what are these two major things? Next slide. Yes, next slide. These two major things are what? Hate speech and political conflict. Look at a given story that we all know that, looking at it, the reporter has erred. When we do discourse analysis, or we beam our very deep or thorough searchlight into that particular story, or we conduct what they call in critical studies dialectical hermeneutics. Dialectical hermeneutics has to do with, is a research method in critical cultural studies that is used to probe the intention of the writer of a particular text. We will see that if the issue does not do with what? Hate speech, it has to do with what? Political conflict. So, these are the two major takeaways. Don't forget what I said, that if we begin to voyage around issues of ethics generally to say, don't do this, don't do that, we may succeed in just being fed or being, given dosage that is already in our professional system. These two things that every unethical conduct voyages around. One is what? Fake news and hate speech put together as one, and what? Political conflict. As a result of political economy of the media. We will get there, though time may not permit us to go thoroughly into this. Because it is true that if we continue to say that we should be ethical, we should do this and we should do that, and forget the fact that media establishments are primarily created, they are primarily set up as profit-oriented media. We will go there. That are expected to yield profit to the owners. Profits may be intrinsic in terms of, I'm not interested in what your profit after tax will be at the end of a particular year. What I'm interested is the extent to which that medium which I hold is used to champion a particular cause that I'm interested in, which may be political, which may be cultural, which may be religious. For instance, what profit after tax will TVC as a news medium declare? That is extrinsic profit-oriented media example. That is of interest to the owner. No. Oh, what was our profit after tax last year? 1.2 billion. What is it this year? 1.7 billion. That means we have done well this year compared with the other year. We have 500 million naira worth profit. Well, fine. That is not really, what matters to the owner of TVC or to the owner of the nation. What matters is the extent to which the nation is being used to champion some very fundamental causes. And that's the reason why political economy of the media is a factor that we must not but put into perspectives. So political economy of the media serves as a factor that drives hate speech and fake news put as one, and political conflict, which form 90 or 95% of what unethical conduct, as far as the profession is concerned. Sticking to ethics and professionalism in election reporting. So when we say political conflict will not just emanate from nowhere other than where? From the electoral bit, from coverage of election. As I told you, there have been many studies, many scholarly observations that underscore that paradigm, that what we do, go and look at a typical story that is unethical or unethical conduct of a particular journalist. If it is not about conflict between a particular political party versus the other, or a political gladiator and gunsaw, or somebody with particular political interest and the other, it is about sharing conflicts and disagreements that arise from sharing of state revenues, which Richard Joseph calls prebendalism. And all this will determine, we have implications for what? Fake news and what? Hate speech. Now, look at this, ethical political reporting. Ordinarily, political reporting is not and should not be a particular hazardous activity. In established democracies, and even some fledgling ones, an election, for instance, is a safe and routine activity for us to cover. But however, in our own climes, including Bayelsa State, the election process and other non-conflict situations have often been characterized by violence and all manner of impunity against journalists and media workers. Why this topic is very, very important, why this issue is very, very important is that the extent to which we will be safe, and thank God for the National Secretariat of NUJ. National Secretariat of NUJ has ever been championing the cause of safety of journalists in Nigeria. They partnered with UNESCO in 2014 to organize workshops that were organized, that held across the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. The outcome of that workshop is a book that Professor Chinyere Stella Okuna and myself were asked by UNESCO to produce. The extent to which we will be safe as far as our conduct is concerned is determined by the extent to which we are ethical. The extent to which we are conscious of the need for us to be ethical. Next slide, please. Coverage of general elections is particularly challenging, mainly because of the high-level religious and ethnic sentiment that are constantly polarizing the country. We must therefore be aware of some of the major movements on the political landscape and know more of the debate in the current Nigerian political philosophy. Next slide, please. General elections that held 1999, 2003, 2007, 2009, 2011, 2015, and 2023, as we know, were characterized by election-induced political conflicts that endangered the nation's democracy. Don't forget the rationale behind this. There, in extant studies, many unethical conducts voyage around. When you interrogate, they are about political conflict that now have implications for what? Fake news and what? Hate speech. As driven by what? Political economy of the media. Now, the conflict and the civil disturbances that accompany them occurred as prelude to aftermath of the said elections. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, my brother. Political reporting and its hate speech concomitant. We all know what hate speech is. But let me tell you at this point, though it is contestable in hate speech literature what hate speech is, because of the carefulness of all of us not to be afraid of reporting what we should report, because of those who are ready to cry foul. When we do what is right, when we report what is right, in the name of what? Hate speech. There is a common ground regarding what hate speech is, which we shall see. So, next slide. A working definition. It's all form of expression which spread, incite, promote, or justify racial hatred, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, or other forms of hatred based on intolerance, including intolerance expressed by aggressive nationalism and ethnocentrism, discrimination and hostility against minorities, migrants, and people of immigrant origin. Next slide. Politics as a source and target of it. We have said that politics is a source and target of hate speech. In Nigeria, look at this. We see political party A slamming the electorate for following a false, bad, fake party. We also see hatred within political groups. These inter- and intra-political tensions often result in interest and need-based hate speech. Next slide. Now, how can we deal with hate speech? We are getting to, the crux of the matter. Because of the reality that societal peace is a strong condition for development, a major expectation from a democratic participant media system is that such a press is socially responsible and development-driven in signifying hate speeches. It suffices, therefore, that a journalism enterprise assume the status of a democratized press. When in dealing with hate speech, we fail to use our agenda-setting power to direct the attention of the general public to salient issues that can undermine the survival or otherwise of the democratic system. Next slide. Now, let's look at that. How can we identify hate speech and deal with it when we are covering an event that is hate speech, inducing? Bayelsa journalists do not act as indiscriminate megaphones. Look at the first one. The position or status of the speaker. This is very, very key. For political office holders or anybody who has axe to grind or anybody who has interest to protect is bound to call anybody that is against that interest any name. Is bound to go extra mile and realizing that journalists are there, reporters are there to cover that particular event. So that person, whether you will like it or not, if he or she is very, very influential, he is bound to go in the terrain of what? Hate speech. What is the position or status of that speaker? No, next slide. Yes. If a non-public figure makes unsubstantiated claims, they should be ignored, if not newsworthy. The reach of the speech. Limited off-color remarks in private conversation are unlikely to produce much harm. Nigerian journalists are presumably democratized when hate speeches and vituperations that mark political contestations are reported in very reckless manner and when partisan political considerations are given priority over social responsibility roles of the press. Next slide. The media assume the negative thought. Next slide. Now, let's look at these guidelines given by Ethical Journalism Networks, EJN. 5-point test of speech for journalism highlights a few points that journalists and editors in Bayelsa State, who expectedly are prime movers of the Nigerian democratic participant media system, should consider when dealing with hate speech. 1, the content and form of the speech. 2, economic, social, and political climate. 3, the position, as we said, and status of the speaker. 4, the reach of the speech and the objectives of the person. Next slide. The content. We should ask ourselves whether the speech we are quoting is dangerous. We don't do that. We should ask ourselves, is this speech dangerous? Will it incite violence, intensify hatred, or lead to prosecution under laws, prosecution of our news medium? We don't ask. Just because of the rush for scoop, exclusive information, let it be said that I reported it first. Let it be said that when my editor calls me, are you not, some editors also don't help matters. They will call correspondents. This same issue reported by Vanguard yesterday. You were in the same Bayelsa. You were in the same state house. How did you get it? And whereas what was reported by that Vanguard correspondent is what? It's not correct. Economic, social, and political climate. Hateful speech can become more dangerous amid economic, social, and political strife. Let's look at, I won't mention any state, but let's look at our neighboring state now, for example. Part of what contributed to what is in that state today is the extent to which the problem was reported without, having this type of consciousness. Next. Bayelsa journalists should not ask as in a megaphone hate speech. If a prominent source makes hateful, false, or malicious claims, Those claims should be scrutinized and reported accordingly. Reach of the speech. Next slide. Objectives. Bayelsa journalists should strive to determine whether speech is deliberately designed to denigrate the rights of others and should know what forms of expression are subject to legal sanctions. When confronted with incidents of political hate speech, we should not sensationalize the story. We should pause for a moment before publishing to think through potential consequences. Yes, we are. How can we identify dangerous speech? I think we have talked about it. Yes, next. Now, look at this. Dangerous speech. First way of dancing around it. The speaker is powerful and has a high degree of influence over the audience. They can call media pally. Media this, media that, media conference. And what do you see in that type of situation? You just see those who are supposed to be mediators and supposed to guide, supposed to be, interviewers, becoming taxitons. They have been so carried away. Even when you are looking at them on the screen, when you are watching, you say, those that are supposed to gauge and to moderate, they have become so carried away. Why? Because the speaker is what? Powerful. Next, the audience, go back, sir. The audience has grievances and fear that the speaker can cultivate. The Speech Act is understood as a call to violence. When a particular speech act is a call to violence, it is dangerous. We are not helping the polity. We are not helping the polity. We are beating the polity unpalatably hard. There exists a social or historical context propitious for violence. There exists a means of dissemination. Next slide, please. These 2 5-point tests should be used always to help determine whether the statement of news sources statements, our professional colleagues' broadcast, and our own writing could be considered dangerous hate speech. Next slide, please. About 10 minutes to go. As media professionals in Bayelsa State, what should we always endeavor to do? 1, evaluate before we publish. Let's take note of that. Thank God these slides are available for anybody who wishes to have them. 2, be skeptical, not rushing to be right. Scoop, exclusive information. Let it be said that especially all the online platforms, some of the online platform editors are not helping matters. Media convergence, multimedia journalism and media convergence now, which is supposed to be used positively to foster our development. Because as now, it's now aiding rush and, exclusive publishing, hitting it first before others. You see what, before you know it, if it's an event, before we leave, we're already reading online versions of it. And when you go through the stories, you will see that both the reporters and the editors have not fact-checked. Errors. Identify original sources and interview them. Online reporters now don't have the time. Because they don't have the time to interview, actors that are involved in a particular issue. What do they say? They will say, as at the time of filing the report. You now see a particular slogan or style that they use. They will say, details later. I have never seen that in my life. It's a very careful way of saying, you know that this story is incomplete. So before you crucify me, let me put it down. Details later. Whose responsibility? Whose responsibility? Confirm content of the information, especially date, time, location. Says it, what is the time? Research similar events and content. Next slide, please. About 8 minutes to go. Media professionals in Bayelsa years will always endeavor to do the following also. Verify the person spreading a speech and the content. It does not take so long to do so. Speak to additional sources. Triangulate. Communicate and collaborate. Verification is a team work. We should make use of, verification in asking questions. Let's see this. Let's see what happened in Florida. Next slide. In 2010, a Florida pastor with just a few dozen followers attracted international media coverage when he announced plans to burn copies of the Quran on the anniversary of the September 11 terrorist attack on the United States. By taking the bait, media outlet became complicit in advancing his hate-filled agenda, making Terry Jones a household name in the U.S. and far beyond. Honestly, that is what happens today. The bloggers too that we have, I don't know, national president, sir, congratulations, sir, in respect of your emergence. The bloggers, I don't know what Almighty God will help you. Because people find it difficult now to differentiate between bloggers and online journalists. Maybe the National Assembly will be used. And if you want to start now, I know what will happen. Those that you want to help are the same people that will say you are gagging the press, without knowing that those guys, those bloggers, are never trained journalists. Because it is you, sir, as our president, that you will know that what a particular blogger puts is not a news story written and published by a verifiable and verified journalist. Then what do you see? You can see what is happening now between Alaafin of Oyo and Oni of Ife, caused by bloggers. The problems are bloggers. The damage is now being, has been done. And if you see the amount of effort now that is being, the energy that is being dissipated by, the palace to make sure that that misconception is corrected, you will feel so sorry. Next slide. Something is to our rescue. Something is to our rescue. In reports and political conflict, what is that brand of journalism, as I close, that using now to make sure that, yes, we report what is factual, we perform our responsibilities as journalists in various media houses, in tune with our constitutionally, given responsibility, and in tune with the mandate of our media houses, and also in tune with the expectation of the National Secretariat of the NUJ and various, state councils of the NUJ. That brand of reporting is what is called conflict-sensitive reporting. Conflict-sensitive reporting. And what is the rationale behind using it? What's the rationale? Don't forget, we have said that when you do discourse analysis or evaluation or review of, let's say, 100 stories or publications that deal with half-truths, that deal with hate speech, that deal with details that are not correct, 98 of them will be in respect of what the subject will be what? Political conflict. The subject will be politics. The subject will be politics. 98 out of that 100 will be what? Politics. So that is to tell you that logically 97-98% of our unethical conduct is induced, is caused by our coverage of what? Political conflict. What do we do? Conflict sensitive reporting. We have responsibility to cover facts as we close. But we also have a responsibility to avoid unnecessarily stoking hatred and violence, especially when religious or political tensions are running high. Next slide. Conflict sensitive reporting to the rescue, to our rescue as journalists in Bayelsa State. Next slide. Now, we said Nigerian media professionals should be conflict sensitive oriented by adopting the CSR style. Conflict sensitive reporting, briefly, by way of history, has its antecedent in the propositions and submissions on peace journalism. Peace journalism gave birth to conflict sensitive journalism. But why it is not journalism again? Why peace journalism, has midwifed the birth of conflict sensitive reporting is because peace journalism as a brand of journalism was just advocating peace, 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 without being conscious of, sides that are germane to a particular conflict are also strong factors in the equation of what? Reconciliation of conflicting parties. Because somebody say, be peaceful, don't do this, don't do that. And you do not raise to the plane of discussion the conflicting matters with proposals for resolution. You are deceiving yourself. And that's the reason why conflict-sensitive reporting has taken care of the weaknesses of peace journalism by making sure that, yes, all the sides to a particular conflict will be discussed, will be in our news stories. What may cause a speech will be there, but not a speech signification in any way. They will be in our stories, but with what? Proposals for resolution. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Conflict-sensitive reporting approach to handling conflict stems from the perceived deficiency of peace journalism. As I've said, unlike peace journalism, conflict-sensitive reporting gives us the latitude to cover all aspects of a conflicting issue, but it emphasizes and gives prescriptions on careful use of language. Please permit me. I want to excuse my royal fathers and our leaders, my colleagues in the industries. Everybody say, careful use of language. One more time. God bless you. That is the crux of conflict-sensitive reporting. That is what is causing problem. We call somebody, you said, embattled generalissimo, the embattled generalissimo of Oyo State politics. What role and function are you assigning to that person already in your story? Even if he called himself that name, must you, as a conflict-sensitive reporting, conscious media person, use that to report him? How do we describe, what adjectives do we use to describe powerful, I won't mention names, powerful political actors very near and far Bayelsa State? You say the embattled, the frustrated godson of something and something and something. You know what I'm talking about. Next slide. In reporting political conflict, in conflict-sensitive manner, by a good fourth estate of the realm that we should be, as Bayelsa State Council, we must do the following. One, next slide. Avoid only reporting what divides the sides in a conflict. No, it is unethical. It is unethical. We should endeavor to ask supporting sides certain questions that may reveal common ground. Maintain balance. Next. Be temperate in the use of words. Words like devastated, tragedy, terrorized, the terrorized political father, the restful political godson, the jaundiced wife of the something, just to make the story sweet. All these are issues that beat the political arena, unpalatable high. We should avoid emotional and imprecise words. We should not minimize suffering, but use strong language carefully. For example, assassination is the murder of a prominent person and no one else. Massacre is the deliberate killing of a lot of people. We use all this, in quote, irresponsibly, and we don't know. They found the embers of political conflict. Many of us, through our reports, by not adopting the conflict-sensitive reporting approach, we have sacrificed, professionalism on the altar of partisanship. On the altar of partisanship. We should be peace advocates. Next. Be inquisitive. If a politician is presenting himself or herself as the goodies, ask questions about how different his or her behavior really is from the behavior it is ascribing to the baddies. Next. Do not localize a political conflict by treating it as if it is only going on in the place. You know what I'm talking about. I won't mention names. In the place. And at the time that violence is occurring. Next. Avoid assessing the merit of a violent action or policy of a violence. Do not let political conflicting parties define themselves. We do that. We should not allow them to define themselves by simply quoting their restatement of familiar demands. Somebody has just said that this, and before you know it, it is true. They will say, okay, let me put the words in quotes to say, it is not from us, it is from him. All those words in quotes, they are what? Conflict escalating. They are beating the polity hard. Next. Avoid only reporting what defies, yes. Avoid only reporting the violent acts and describing the horror. Yes, next slide. Do not blame someone for starting it. Do not blame someone for starting it. Instead, try looking at how shared problems and issues are, leading to consequences that all the parties, they never intended. Next slide. Avoid demonizing labels like terrorist, extremist, fanatic, fundamentalist. These are always given by us to them. No one ever uses them to describe himself or herself. Next slide. Do not focus exclusively on the human rights abuses, misdemeanors, and wrongdoings of only one side. Next slide. Avoid making an opinion or claim seem like an established fact. Next slide. At this juncture, it is necessary to look at a few examples, just three. Just three examples, then we close. Because if we just end here, I know there will be questions. How can we know? How can we? Can we get a manual on conflict-sensitive reporting? How can we? So, and that is the challenge. Thank you, sir. That's the challenge before my brother, the chairman of Bayelsa State Council of NUJ. Let there be a manual on conflict-sensitive reporting. To everybody covering the beat, having said that, having known that 95% of unethical conduct are caused by what happens in what? On the political scene. In respect of which fake news stroke a speech will now be evident. One, next slide. Now, let us look at this story. Let us look at this story. It's an example of conflict-inducing or fueling story. Let's look at it. Just three examples. Peace talks aimed at ending the conflict in the Liberation Party in Lagos State lay in ruins recently after the massacre of 8 policemen. The atrocity took place at the mountain village area of the state, where a police patrol was attacked with guns and rocket-propelled grenades. 6 other men were wounded and 3 vehicles destroyed. The bodies were cut with knives after they died, he said, and 1 man's head had been smashed in. The attack was believed to be the work of the Oduduwa People's Congress, OPC, a Yoruba ethnic militia group engaged by the due process faction of the party in Lagos State. The faction has alleged the police of backing up the integrity faction of the party in the state. A spokesperson of the Lagos OPC said that the police attacked the convoy of his men at the mountain village recently, and his men may have fired in self-defense. You can see the problem. You say, yes, these are the truth and the facts of the matter. This negates conflict-sensitive reporting. With the UNESCO and World Peace Advocates, International Press Institute, regulatory bodies, international, regional levels are expecting us to embrace and abide by. Now, let's look at the conflict-sensitive version of it. Let's look at the same issue. There was condemnation across the political spectrum in Lagos State after a police patrol suffered the loss of 8 men. The first one used what? Massacre. We have said the problem is what? Language. The problem is language. What conflict-sensitive reporting talks about is report the issues as they are. Don't hide anything. Don't distort facts, but use what? Very careful and temperate language. There's a particular adage in Africa. I don't know. I will try and interpret in English. Yoruba people will say, "Aifelekebosi ni okinjeki arenibanijo." It is because an alarm in respect of danger is not created or is not given in a very theatrical or dancical manner. That's the reason why you don't see people to come out and dance with you. For example, fire, fire, fire. What happens? That fire, what will it cause? Agony, helplessness, recklessness, that may lead to what? Destruction of life and property. Before we know it, everybody has left this what? This hall. But now, fire, that is fire, there is fire, and you'll be asking, where is the fire? Where is the fire? You would not forget. So that's the difference between, the conflict fueling reporting, which we use, and what? Conflict sensitive reporting. You are saying the same thing in a very careful, temperate way, so as not to put the society you feel you want to serve, in what? In trouble. So as for that society to see you as being, socially responsible, let's look at it. Both the main functions of the State Liberation Party, the due process, and the integrity that have been in conflict threatening the state security have distanced themselves from the killings, believed to be the work of the self-styled Oduduwa People's Congress in Lagos State. The spokesperson of the state OPC denied that his men had attacked the patrol, saying they may have fired in self-defense when the patrol of the Lagos State Police attacked a convoy of the OPC in the state at the mountain village. An eyewitness added that the bodies appeared to have been cut with knives and that one man's skull caved in. Another second issue, I said 3 examples ago. Second issue, look at the fueling report. Let's look at the difference. The news is all bad. It is violent news and does not seek other sides or point of view. It declares the worst, peace talks, lay in ruins. It uses emotional or unnecessary words, massacre, mutilated, atrocity. It emphasizes the violence with words such as mutilated bodies. The reportage takes sides. It describes the events from the point of view of the integrity group and the police. Second issue. Look at this complete century report. No, let's go to the second issue, second example. There's just 3 examples. Look at this too. The commissioner of police in Anambra State has condemned a bomb blast which killed 35 people recently at the political rally of the State Ruling Liberation Party held in Awka City. The police commissioner said he has created a special police squad to track down the perpetrators of the massacre. Speculations arrived that the explosion occurred when the terrorists believed to be the assassination squad of leading opposition party in the state. The Reformation Party brought a huge bomb into the Awka City Square venue of the state ruling party, political party. The bomb was probably located in a suitcase, said the LP State Publicity Secretary. Though the RP has issued a statement denying it planted the bomb, it is believed that the RP youth leader in the state, Emeka Ejiofor, was seen at the city square during the rally and that he coordinated the attack. Now, let's look at the conflict-sensitive version. Let's look at it. Next slide. The Commissioner of Police in Anambra State has said that the mysterious explosion which killed 35 people recently in the Awka City Square in Anambra State is being investigated by the police. It goes on and goes on like that. Let's see the difference. The difference. The news in the first one, the news is full of blame and accusations with no proof. With no proof. It takes the LP side. It says the attackers were Reformation Party terrorists. How was this known? It uses emotional language, massacre, terrorist, assassination squad. It reports speculations. It reports unnamed LP sources. Lack of proof is evident. Then the second one, it reports only what is known. Let just be reporting what is known. The bomb is a mystery. It uses word carefully. It says the police commissioner blames elements threatening the state security, and no on and so forth. The last example, and we go. Now let's look at this. Very interesting. Fresh battles in the TV and Jukun ethnic gang war in Benue State has left no fewer than 7 people and several properties destroyed recently. Gunfire was exchanged between the rival gangs of TV and Jukun young men for nearly 20 minutes in what the police has called an ethnic shootout. According to eyewitness, a young TV man screamed, in quote, "We will kill you," as he threw a petrol bomb into a vehicle full of Jukun young men parked close to the house of a Jukun chief. The young man was shot dead by a Jukun man firing from a window of the house. Other TV gang members were seen throwing petrol bombs into the house windows, and the building was destroyed by fire. The two gangs have been waging an ethnic war in the state for several weeks. Then the conflict-sensitive version. That's the last one. The illegal arms trade plaguing Benue State triggered a gunfight recently. Mr. Chairman, sir, you have to, what you need to do now is what? Capacity building training. May God bless you for this. This is the first time I will see a state council deeming it fit to call, to organize a summit. Don't rest on your words, sir. You are making difference. And we should also congratulate the national president. It is as his time. I will take what have happened, what I have seen, I will take it home. And go and use it to challenge state councils that will listen to me. Because we have been telling them, do this type of thing. That is how your impact can be fed. That is how you can prove that, yes, journalism is a profession and not just a trade union. It's not a trade union. It's not just about lobbying. It is about contributing to national development through capacity building, initiatives such as this. As I said the other time, maybe you thought I was just emotional. In 2018, I and Mr. Lanre Arogundade, we were the resource persons at the particular congress which led to the emergence of a particular president of NUJ in Abeokuta. Immediately after the opening something like this, the hall was empty. Hardly did we have 10 or 15 or 20 journalists in the audience. Bayelsa State Council, may God bless you. There is nothing that demotivates speakers, resource persons, those that you have invited to come and say one thing or the other. When you now call on them and there is nobody to speak to or to talk to, I'm grateful. Now, concluding remarks. And that should be last. We have not compared this. Next slide. Thank you, sir. It's not working again. That's the last slide, I think. That should be the last slide. That should be the last slide. That should be the last slide. Well, machinations are on in respect of 2027 general elections because there's a policy statement there. That's why I want it projected. There's a policy statement there. Machinations are on. So, colleagues, let us try as much as possible to embrace the conflict-sensitive reporting prototype in discharging our reportorial and professional duties. On this note, I thank our Royal Majesties and Royal Fathers. I thank the National Secretariat of NUJ. I thank the Bayelsa State Council of NUJ. I thank you, colleagues, for listening to me. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Muyiwa Popola. Thank you. He's been speaking on ethical reporting, reorienting the Bayelsa journalists. See different ways of reportage. One inciting panic, violence, and the other bringing down the tempo. Thank you so much, sir. We can either with the pen cause riots, chaos, fear, or we can effectively report while making everyone feel safe. Please, let's appreciate him again. He's reporting His presentation was so lively. You agree with me? Very lively, and he carried the audience along. That's one good hallmark of a good public speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Before we move to the panel session, I would like to recognize the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Bayelsa State Chapter, Somina Jumbo Esquire. Please put your hands together for him. And of course, also seated is the chairperson emeritus, FIDA and NBA Women Forum, Dise Ogbise, and founder of the foundation, Dise Ogbise Foundation. Please, a round of applause for them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished members of the Fourth Estate of the realm, you're really doing well. I like the fact that the resource person said that the attendance today is impressive, even when His Excellency left. Thank you so much. So for the panel session, please, I would like to invite our moderator who will sit and receive the panel members. The moderator is Dr. Ikemoye Inyama. Please put your hands together for him. Inyama Ikemoye. Please let the applause be better now. He's our moderator. Our panelists, we have Dr. Abimbola Oyetunde, Deputy National President, Nigerian Union of Journalists. Please, a round of applause for our first panelist. Bayelsa people, Abarapoloa, show some love. Our second panelist is retired permanent secretary and a mentor to several journalists, a fine public speaker, Mr. Friston, or Chief Friston Apple. Please put your hands together for him. Okay, our panelists and moderator are all seated. Mr. Moderator, over to you.
All right. Let me start by thanking everyone for the time you have created for yourselves to be here this afternoon. And now we want to look at some of the conversations that we have generated here today. Let me quickly appreciate my panelists. Mr. Friston Akpo, thank you so much for coming. And of course, the Deputy National President, Nigeria Union of Journalists, Dr. Abimbola Oyetunde. Thank you so much for coming. After listening to the last speaker, Professor Muyiwa Popola, I want to start this way by telling a short story. From that story, or narrate a very short story, then we'll be able to kickstart from there. Now, recently, a political figure was outraged because he was refused a right of reply after individuals from the government used a certain medium to criticize him. This figure claimed the fee which he paid to appear on this particular medium was returned to him because the medium got a call from government officials not to allow him use the medium to counter the allegations leveled against him. So the question is this ethical from the medium to have refused claim the right of reply, or is the medium trying to apply that conflict-sensitive aspect which has talked about this afternoon? Let me start with First Akpo, please.
Good afternoon. I listened attentively to the presentation by the Prof. And there was something he talked about, which is the political economy of the media. In countries that do not have strong democracies, do have this kind of problem that you just mentioned. Countries with strong democracies also practice good capitalism. Good capitalism also encourages strong economies. So you won't see media houses relying on individuals, particularly governments, for their survival. It's a free marketplace. It's a free marketplace for every kind of business, including the media. He also mentioned that the media is also set up as a business organization. The political economy of the media has taken precedence over professional ethics. It was wrong on the part of that media organization to refuse that person the right of reply and refunded his money. Now, we will also ask ourselves, why did they, in the first instance, collected the money? Why did they collect the money? And then why did they also invite him only for them to return their money? Political economy in this part, particularly in Nigeria, plays a significant role in the survival of media organizations. Now, if they had said no, their benefactor, the benefactor of that media organization will be that particular government. If they had gone ahead, what happens? That government refuses to sponsor them, that media organization dies. So we need to look at this thing critically, professional ethics and political economy. Which one should the media organization lean towards for survival? Mind you, the media organization, apart from being a professional organization, is also a business organization. So these are the things we need to weigh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Oyetune, you want to react to it?
Yes, I want to say that in as much as the media outfits are out for profit and business making, we should also always consider the ethics of the profession, which is very, very germane. Yes, we don't want to set up a business and let it die due to low patronage, you know. But in that scenario, why collect, like my colleague said now, why collect money in the first place? Second, in order to be fair and to balance the stories as journalists, as media house, and the ethics of the profession, they needed the person or the other side to also come forward and present their own view. And even in doing that, media outfits must also bear in mind the rules and regulations of NBC, because I know it's a broadcast media and it's a TV station we're talking about. So the sanction for broadcast media who are not professional enough to do their job is also there. So I want to say that it was wrong, totally wrong, of the media outfit to return, to even in the first place collect that money, and because of political whatever, and from the high place you returned money. It wasn't professional. There was no fair hearing. There was no objectivity. There was bias. And these are some of the things that we frown at when we talk of ethical journalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the next question is this. How do journalists reconcile personal beliefs with professional ethical codes in their reporting? How do journalists reconcile personal beliefs with professional ethical codes in their reporting? Yes.
You see, I've been a journalist for this long. And this question that he asked is one area that I find very difficult to also answer. Because the journalist is first and foremost a human being that has a background, a human being from a community, from an ethnic group, has a religion. He has those things that make his being. And if that person is a reporter, and the rules or the ethics says a reporter must have a clean clinical detachment from what he's reporting, it becomes very, very difficult. No matter how a reporter, either in the first dimension of the surveillance function of the media, that is where we look at the 5 W's and the 1 H?
Yes.
Okay? In that instance, no matter how it is, we talk about balancing, we talk about accuracy, balancing, fairness. For instance, I have been a radio journalist all this while. I interview the two professors here. Professor Muyiwa, I'm meeting him for the first time. There is a conflict situation. The two professors in a conflict situation. I interview Professor Muyiwa, and then I interview Professor Udo. Of course, Professor Udo, I have known him for about 12 years. He's been I call him my academic godfather. He's been my academic supervisor, master's. Currently, he's supervising my thesis. So if in this kind of situation, and I have to report a conflict situation, and I want to be clinically detached, and we are talking about fairness, and we are talking about objectivity. As a radio reporter, I've interviewed both of them, and I have the actualities. I'm bringing up the voice. I'm just human. It is very difficult for a reporter. It's very difficult. I may bring in that aspect that's to be fair, to be balanced. I'll bring Professor Muyiwa's voice. I'll give him maybe 10 seconds. I'll bring Professor Ododo's voice. I'll give him 20 seconds. Look, as far as the layman is concerned, there is a balance. I gave both of them sound. But you see, the professional person, like both of them, like other journalists, senior journalists here, will know that something is not right. Something is not right. And I could also decide to pick which aspect of what each of them said and present for the public for consumption. Now, when we talk about accuracy, balancing, fairness, to some of us, if I say it's utopian, I don't know whether I'm right, but it's something we are striving to attain, and we hope we will get there. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that response. I don't know if you want to respond to that question, but I have something else for you. But if you're really interested to respond to it, you can quickly do that in 30 seconds if possible.
To bring it our own perspective.
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. I don't know, maybe because of my background, how I was trained. I work with Radio Nigeria. I'm the GM Radio Nigeria Bronze FM Benin, and also Deputy Director News. Maybe because of my background and training, all those ethics, I ensure that I and my people under me, will use. You don't put your biases. Yes, you must balance. As far as I'm concerned, once you have balanced a story, yes, I will read in between if there is something has changed hand or something, whether because of your religious background or your ethnicity, you put it in the story, I will remove it. Still on Monday, I was in the newsroom with them during the editorial I do. And this was especially the fact that you will now put your own bias, you are not sure, if in doubt, leave out. And if you don't balance a story, I don't want to see it in the bulletin. And that is how it should be for all journalists. One of the anchors of one of the TV stations calls himself a journalist. As far as I'm concerned, he's not a journalist. He's only an analyst. Because changed hand. But because he's fixated that this is how it should be, this is how I feel, and that's how it should, that's not journalism. He's not a journalist as far as I'm concerned. So journalists should bear in mind when they are doing this job, so that when we are handing over to people and generations coming after us, they will also know and be, all those things that we are witnessing today. By the time we put in the professionalism that the profession deserves, I think these things will be a thing of the past. You'll be exhausted. When you look at foreign stations, TV stations, you hear them on the radio, you will love journalism. Yeah. And that's how it should be. Thank you.
But I just want to do a follow-up. Okay.
Sorry.
You want to say something, but before just give the thought. I just want to follow up. What if this personal belief is backed with facts? Because, we deal with facts, accuracy, and all of that. So what if this personal belief is somehow backed with facts that anyone can verify? Has the journalist not done noble by reconciling his beliefs and ethical conduct?
I don't want to know whether it's your own personal belief. As long as it is factual, it is accurate, and anybody can, go through and see the genuineness in your report. I don't want to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So quickly, Mr.
Okay, I just want to reemphasize this point. The media sets the agenda. How does the media set the agenda? There are people in the newsroom who decide what you and I should be told. They decide. So even you, the reporter who goes outside, if you want to report what has happened here, you are not going to report everything that happened here. You are going to pick what happened. At that process, you are setting the agenda. Now, you use your personal, that thing, what's that word? Idiosyncrasy? Yes. That thing about you makes you pick what you think you and I, the man outside there, should hear. That you do the agenda setting. And it doesn't end there. You come back to the newsroom, there are gatekeepers. They also decide that this thing that reporter Tonya Yomoleya has brought, this thing shouldn't be there. He removes it. he embellishes it. That's true editing. And in all of these processes, there is what we call slants. You cannot, in news writing, you cannot run away from slants. That frame must be there. You put the news, that content, in a particular perspective for the audience to understand. In all of these, we are bringing the person of that reporter, the editor, and whoever. Even if it's a radio, the person who reads the news, like Taribio, our MC. The way the person even presents the news brings in something personal. That is why sports reporting is different from sports broadcast is different from obituary broadcast. Thank you.
All right, so I have two more questions, because I've been,
Please, let me quickly also respond to that. One thing we must avoid as journalists is sensationalism, and we must also have the cohesion, unity of the country attacked when reporting. You might see, maybe you're out there and two ethnic communities are fighting, and you blow it to an extreme, 50 or 60 people of maybe Benue community, you mentioned it, have been killed by so. You know, that alone will engulf the other community again, reprisal. So, in the newsroom, we try as much as possible to tone down, even if we see that this thing, the casualty, when you watch police reports, when they come out with their statement, even though in car crashes or community fighting or terrorism, they try to reduce the number. Not because they are liars, but because of the unity of the country. And that is how we, as journalists, we must do our reportage. You don't escalate. I'm not saying you are escalating, but you don't say the exact number in order to avoid all these things. Thank you.
Well, I'd have to learn again, because I've not seen that before, where we don't say exact numbers, but all the same. All the same, but I can understand. Mom, I also have a background from Radio Nigeria, so we know uplifting the people and uniting the nation. I know that slogan actually, influences our thoughts. But this is the last question, because I've been signaled to conclude. I wanted to ask a question from the presentation of the keynote speaker, but I think I'll keep that for another time. But if I have the time, I'll quickly do that. I want to ask this question. This one is very, very critical. Are journalists allowed to be politically affiliated? Because this has some way, in some quarters, people say if you're politically affiliated, you definitely might not adhere to the ethical part of your job. So the first question is, are journalists permitted to be politically affiliated in order for them to keep to or maintain ethical conduct?
Definitely, you know my answer. No, capital no.
But have you encountered journalists?
For journalists and other workers in the media or whatever is farming. Yes, after your job, you can farm. But to belong to political parties is a big no. But
we say we are political animals. We are political
animals. Yes, but as humans, we have that affinity, we have that love for a political party. But we should not allow it to override our emotions when writing, when reporting. I also have my preference, but I won't allow it to override my thinking.
Okay. Quickly, sir.
Sorry, the question, was it about being partisan or
Yeah.
interest?
No, I mean, interest, partisan, but you're affiliated to a political party.
No, we
for
need to
instance.
make a distinction between partisanship and interest. Because, see, if you work in a media organization, I remember MKO Abiola of blessed memory, as publisher of Concord newspapers, boldly, the reception of Concord, Bayo Naluga, who is spokesman for the president was, I think, the editor of Concord then. If you get to Concord at the reception, is boldly written. If you work for a man who pays you your daily bread, for goodness sake, work for him. Blueprint newspapers in Abuja is owned by Mohammed, is it Idris? Fine, he's the Minister of Information. Leadership newspaper, the founder and publisher, Inda Isaiah, was an APC member. He is late. The wife is now the publisher. The Nation newspapers is owned by, the publisher is the president. So also is TVC. Now, you see, can you now divorce yourself from the political ideology of your publisher or the owner? There is something in media, when we talk about media, ownership influence on media is very, very, very key. It determines the kind of contents that go into either the publication or the radio or TV. It's largely influences what goes, the contents. Do you understand? Now, if in that situation, will you say you are politically, you politically absolve yourself? So it's a very difficult one. That's why I said, look, let's make a distinction between being partisan or having interest.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have a signal to round off, and I want to appreciate both of you, Mr. Fresenapo, for coming, and Dr. Abimbola Oye today. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your time as well, everyone.
Could we please, especially our guests on the front row, could you please come up stage and be part of the group photographs? Thank you. And of course, we have the Nigeria Bar Association Chairman, YENAGOA, Somina Jambul Esquire, also here with us. You're welcome. And of course, let me also recognize Dr. Mrs. Joan Filate, Second Vice National President, Association of Women Against Gender-Based Violence, and founder Deborah Ebisinda Women and Children Development Foundation. You're welcome. Thank you. And of course, that also brings day one of the first Bayelsa Media Summit with the theme Media, Culture and Identity in Bayelsa State, promoting indigenous perspective to an end. For today, we've had a swell time, no doubt. We shall be back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. From 10 o'clock tomorrow, we shall be back, and the first presentation will be Setting a Media Agenda for the Assured Prosperity by Professor Ayawe. That will be followed by question and answers. Then, of course, the second paper will be by Professor Bakli Sayakoromo, and is titled Telling the Bayelsa Story in Contemporary Media. Before the panel discussion,